the skyline. Steel, sweat. Way back when, Midland was just a stop between El Paso and Fort Worth, a stretch of dirt and determination. But the men and women here, they built something different. Oil rigs rose higher than the skyline. Steel, sweat, and faith scraped the heavens. And that's how Midland earned its name, the Tall City. Out here, the work don't stop when it gets tough. Every sunrise is a challenge. Every drop of sweat is a promise. It's a grind that only a few understand, the same kind that builds champions. See, football ain't much different from the oil field. It's about grit, sacrifice, teamwork. You dig deep, shoulder to shoulder, fighting for every inch. 'Cause that's what we do in West Texas. We don't break, we drill through. Now, there's a new spark in the basin. A team born from the same dirt, the same pride, the same fire. This ain't just football. It's a movement, a chance for the people, the workers, the dreamers, the believers, to own a piece of what they've built, to say, this is ours. From the oil fields to the 50-yard line, from sunrise to stadium lights, this is the pride of the Permian Basin. This is Tall City. This is black gold.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mike Neubauer, and welcome to Astound's Broadband Stadium, live deep in the heart of West Texas. You know, every story has a page one. Years from now, when people talk about this Tall City Black Gold football team, they'll talk about great players, memorable games, championships, heartbreaks, rivalries, playoff runs, and moments that brought this community together. They'll tell stories about incredible catches, game-winning drives, and seasons that seemed bigger than football itself. But for now, in this moment, we all get to be part of the beginning. In a few moments, the opening kickoff will soar into the Texas sky, and from that point forward, the story begins to write itself. Every snap, tackle, first down, score, celebration, they all become a building block and a foundation of memories that will unite the Tall City under a brand new banner, black gold. The league in which this story unfolds has a storied history that has been resurrected. The Continental Football League first took the field in 1965, bringing professional football to passionate communities across the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. More than a half century later, that spirit has returned, reimagined for a new generation. The league has been revived and to honor those traditions that have made the original league special, while creating new opportunities for players, coaches, communities, and fans alike. We're going to break all that down during today's broadcast. But first, joining me to help bring this moment to all of you this evening is a man who needs little introduction here in the Permian Basin, the official voice of the Tall City Black Gold, Coach Rob Hernandez. Coach, good evening. We're having some weather delays here at the stadium here. There was a thunderstorm that sort of popped in overhead. So we're sort of in a little bit of a delay here. Coach, are you with me?
I didn't get to eat because I heard.
There we go. Coach, you got me?
I'm here.
What's up, man? Welcome to the broadcast. Yeah, I was just telling everybody we're having a little bit of technical issues. We got some thunderstorms overhead at the stadium.
We surely do, but it looks like it's cleared up, and we're going to play some football.
Always great. Always great.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. So, as a son of West Texas and a professor of the game yourself, what does all this mean to you with respect to the Black Gold franchise starting off tonight?
Oh, it's tremendous. It's going to give a lot of local kids, opportunities to come out and play some professional football. A lot of these kids, they start their dream playing football in the Mecca of Texas, which is West Texas for high school football. And a lot of them are going to get to play more than they ever thought before. And that's because of, organizations in a league like the Continental League, the opportunities that they're affording a lot of these West Texas local kids to be able to dream bigger and, try to get something more out of the game than they thought was ever possible. So that's one really, really good, thing about this league. It's going to give the opportunity to the kids to further their football dreams.
Definitely. We do have, you mentioned, homegrown talent. We do have a few guys on the tonight's roster. Midland natives, born and raised here, went to high school there. They're excited to be a part of this team because it brings them back to their roots where it all started. Wherever their collegiate and semi-pro, journey has taken them, it literally has brought them right back. So it's really great to see them. We'll dive into that a little bit. We got a couple defensive guys, an offensive center. But in my conversations with you, Coach, I've always held you to the highest level of Texas high school knowledge. You brought to the attention, like, you got these kids that have put so much in at that young age, and now they get to play at the professional stage in Texas, in Midland, which is like, Friday Night Lights and all the different, the aura that sort of goes with it. What do you think is going through their heads at this point?
To play professional football in West Texas. Football here in West Texas was always, you grow up playing Pop Warner, you play a little bit of junior high ball, and then the mecca of it was Texas high school football, Friday Night Lights. The golden years were always the 80s all the way through the early 90s, the mid 90s. Even stretched into the early 2000s with Midland Lee and Cedric Benson. But for a kid growing up here with all the tradition that West Texas has, to further, his dreams and be able to have opportunities to play at the professional level, that's huge. That's something that it's just a dream come true for some of these kids that really love the game. From when you're a Pop Warner kid all the way through high school, you're not getting a single penny to play football, not one dime. You play it for the love of the game. You play it because you really, really enjoy the game. And anybody who's left playing right now and on the professional ranks, they truly love the football game. They love the game of football and everything that comes with it. The discipline, the camaraderie, the pageantry, everything that comes with the game, these kids love. And, for them to have these opportunities to come out here and play under the lights in West Texas at the professional level, my goodness, Lord have mercy.
Dream come true is an understatement, huh?
Absolutely. They are living their dreams right now.
Yeah, for those of you just joining us, we are in a slight weather delay. We're going to have the fans fill in pretty quickly. We had some severe thunderstorms right over the stadium. So they're just doing a little bit of maintenance on the camera work as well. But we are, live here at the pregame. Mike Neubauer along with Coach Rob Hernandez. So Coach, with respect to, the families and sort of what they've gone through. Every player's journey is unique. Some of these guys actually have taken on the role of coaching, thinking that their career was sort of done, and then an opportunity like this knocks on the door. What do you think is going through their minds as sort of a second bite at the apple? It's not very common that athletes sort of get that chance. I mean, what does this mean to them and their families?
Well, at this level, you got to really love the game, and if they're coaching in the junior high or even the high school ranks, if they're not a head coach, they're not really, making it big time. And so they really, really love the game. This is one more opportunity to get to the USFL, to get to the NFL, to get to the CFL. This is one opportunity to do that. And so this is kind of like their last go around, many of these young men, before they hang the cleats up for good. And this is the opportunity that's afforded them, and they're taking advantage of it. So in some instances, with these young men, this is their last opportunity. This is their last bite at the apple. So they're going to give it everything they got. And like we said, at this point in their careers, you have to be in love with the game to be out here. You definitely do. You're not making millions of dollars or whatnot. And a lot of these guys are looking at it as an opportunity to hopefully get to that $1 million contract.
Absolutely. Well, everything starts at the top, right? And I think the primary focus besides the talent on the field has been the community and sort of the culture built within the locker room. So I know John and Denise Norman very well. Why don't you give us your take as somebody who's sort of seen them throughout this journey, what this sort of means to them as far as giving back to the community that they grew up in?
Well, John is a lifelong Midlander. He sits on the council in Midland. As soon as he took over the council, we seen immediate changes in how the infrastructure of Midland was built. That they started building and investing more in their youth. They got a big complex out on the east side on Fairgrounds Road. A sports complex out there called Reyes Mashburn Nims. And that was put in as soon as John got on the council. He really, really pushed for the infrastructure to be placed here and built for the youth, because he was a youth growing up in Midland. He understands how vital it is, as they are our future. Our youth are the future. I'm sorry, I hear, can you hear that in the background? Anyhow, I know Denise.
Looks like they're warming up.
I know Denise Norman. She ran for the school council. Her being the wife of John Norman. They're very, very classy people. This is the first lady of Midland, in my opinion, because of John. Everybody knows John. He was an All-American coming out of high school. One of the top recruits in the nation. A lot of people didn't understand that. John Norman he's royalty when it comes to football here in West Texas. There's no doubt. The Norman name, it's big time. And John Norman specifically, he coming out of Midland League, he was a big timer. Everybody knows him now as a Hall of Famer. He's a Texas high school Hall of Famer. John Norman is. But coming out of high school, John was the real deal. If you grew up in the 90s out here, or the late 2000 or early 2000s, you knew the Norman name. Josh, John, Joe, all of them. There were some big timers out here from Midland League. He was one of them. Denise is his counterpart. She's the machine, the person that makes everything go. She is his right hand. And they're quality people, just real classy people. For them to be able to bring an organization out here to West Texas that can afford the opportunities for the kids to dream. When college is over, some of these kids still want to play. You get into football because you always dream about playing professionally, and some of these kids never get to see that ever come to fruition. Because they brought this Continental Football League here and brought the Tall City Black Gold. Now a West Texas kid can dream about playing in West Texas professionally. So what they've done is tremendous for not just the city of Midland, for our whole West Texas region. And I commend him for it.
It's a remarkable accomplishment for sure. And, you know, I've been a part of the journey with him at all different levels of this game. And it's really remarkable. I mean, we do a podcast together, the Power 5 Proverbs podcast, and we literally start off every episode by claiming that it's the journey from youth sports to the pros. And we've literally seen this sort of unfold in real time now with the birth of the Black Gold, you know, taking place tonight. But, you know, let's continue on with the leadership side of it. I mean, you know, he was very particular on who he wanted to bring in from a coaching perspective. And, you know, he landed with Coach Rodney Blackshear, who is a Red Raider and a very well-accomplished coach. And, you know, he brought in a whole, I guess, slew of talent around him. But starting with Coach Blackshear, I mean, I'm just going to rattle off some of his credentials. You know, he went to Texas Tech. He played professional football for the Dolphins in their practice squad in offseason, landed on the squad with the Cowboys in '93. Then he moved into the Arena Football League, where he really had a lot of success. Between '96 and '97, he played for the Texas Terror. The Terror actually turned into the Thunder Bears. And, you know, he continued to play there through, you know, I think 1999. In 2001, he played for the Grand Rapids Rampage. And actually, they won the Arena Bowl that year. He was a first team All-Arena in 1998, AFL All-Ironman team in 1998. And then a slew of other, you know, credentials with his time at Texas Tech. Coaching career. He's coached at Texas Tech, Harvest Christian High School, Rio Grande Valley Dorados, University of Houston, the Lubbock Renegades, the South Georgia Wildcats, Abilene Rough Riders, Amarillo Venom, Jersey Village High School, Texas College, and then Trinity Christian High School. And now he's just obviously, you know, leading the Black Gold in their first inaugural season. He is a Houston native. And in the conversations that I've had with him, you mentioned everything about the class structure that John and Denise bring to the table. This is an absolute compliment. This man is a scholar. He is a student of the game. His whole purpose, as I mentioned earlier, is, you know, building a strong culture inside out to allow the team to sort of develop off the field and then translate that to the successes that they're going to hunt for on the field. What do you know about Coach Black, and, you know, what do you have to share about what your experience has been with him so far?
Well, me speaking to Coach Black, it's about one thing from the get-go: community. He wants his players to be well disciplined, and he wants them to be out in the community. He wants the community to know them. He wants them to know the community, and, you know, have that small town, you know, feel about it. He wants it to be personal, you know, and he's a real personable person. Me speaking to him, he's highly intelligent, has a ton of experience for a football coach. He's been everywhere, and the key, I want to say that Red Raider, you know, connection with himself and John Norman, it was really essential to have somebody that, you know, that was a West Texaner first, and him going to Lubbock and playing for Tech back in the days. They had that, you know, they had that connection naturally. But Coach Blackshear, my goodness, I spoke with him for about a good matter of about 3 hours during a football game. We're sitting there just, you know, bouncing stuff off of each other, and me having a conversation with him about football. The wealth of knowledge that the man has, we're in very good hands, no doubt about it. We got to share philosophies. So I know a little bit about what I'll see tonight, but like we talked about earlier, we're not going to let the cat out of the bag, so to speak, yet. You know, and Coach Blackshear, he'll be tight-lipped when it comes to our offense and defense of showing stuff out here. I think they just more so want to get a feel for, you know, starting back to playing football, and that's what we're going to see.
They didn't have much time in the preparation. I think the league set a standard of maybe about 10 or 15 days before this preseason kicked off. So, you know, the guys are really starting to still find the timing with each other, and this is sort of a dress rehearsal to that. But, you know, talking about some of the staff that he sort of positioned around him, I mean, I was sort of blown away when I started to read into the credentials of Coach Robert Ford, who's running the offense. This gentleman is a 3-time Super Bowl champion with the Dallas Cowboys. He was the wide receivers coach for them through that miracle run. Then, you know, his coaching credentials just continue on. He coached for the Dolphins, the Cardinals, the Raiders. He was at the collegiate level at Tech, at A&M. He was at the UFL level. He coached the Gamblers. And then at the collegiate level, I mean, he was all over D1. University of New Mexico, the Lobos. He was at the University of Kansas. And then he got his first, I guess, OC stint at the Orlando Guardians. So that was down in Florida. He brings an extreme wealth of experience and knowledge at an aerial assault, particularly with his experience at the wide receiver coach. But what are your thoughts about how they utilize some of his expertise in that regard? Do you think they come out guns blazing, or do you think they set a tempo on the ground and sort of let him pull some tricks out of his bag later in the game?
Well, I think having Coach here is going to be just tremendous for the players. That's first and foremost. You know, these players have aspirations of getting to the USFL, of getting to the NFL, of getting to the CFL, you know, at a higher level of professional football. And he's going to help develop that. A lot of the time, some of these kids that we'll be seeing, they just need a little bit more fine tuning, you know, a little bit more development. And Coach is actually the man to do that. I mean, you just read his credentials. Anytime you're a 3-time Super Bowl champ at the wide receiver position, coaching the wide receivers, that's a big time position to coach. You know, the wide receivers now are the new running backs. When we grew up watching football, they're probably the most important position on the field, minus the quarterback. Nowadays, so him being on this staff, being able to give back to the players. If you're a wide receiver in the Continental Football League, why would you never want to come play for somebody like him? I mean, I promise you, they've probably got the cream of the crop when it comes to talent, because they got a coach on the staff that has the wealth of knowledge that Coach does.
And from the player's perspective, he's going to push them in the right direction to get them to that next level. He understands not only what it takes to be a wide receiver at the upper echelon of whatever league you're involved in, but he knows how to win at that level, right? And he knows how to position yourself to win at that level. So it's exciting, not just for the fans to see what he is able to put on the field, but from a player development perspective, I mean, I'm sure I hope they're as ecstatic as we are just reading off, you know, his credentials and obviously having a little bit of time to talk to him. Moving on to the defensive side, Coach Stinson is also no stranger to the National Football League. He is a Texas Tech guy as well. He was drafted in the 6th round by the Chicago Bears in 1988, the number 161st overall pick. He played for the Bears for 4 seasons before going to Atlanta. Injuries sort of bit him at that point. He ended his career with the Colts in 1997, literally right before Peyton. Career stats, he had 16 interceptions, 240 interception return yards, and 2 touchdowns. His coaching career, he was the safeties coach at Southern University and the defensive coordinator at Texas College. Another wealth of experience and knowledge on the other side of the ball. And look, from what I've heard and seen so far, obviously defense is always a little bit more sort of down the road at this point in any season. than the offense. But what I've seen and heard, you know, the defense is definitely going to turn heads. They're fast and they hit strong. Like, they're a powerful team.
Absolutely. It looks like coach is going to come out with his defense running a traditional 4-3, which is right up my alley. That's what I like. They're going to have a Sam, a Will, and a Mike, just like we did growing up. A lot of the defenses were built around 4-3s. I'm a 4-3 type of man myself. So I believe the scheme is going to be there for us to be able to have an advantage in a lot of the teams that we're playing. The 4-3 is primarily built to stop the run first, you know, and I believe that's what you do in football. At any level of football, in my opinion, is you try to stop the run first, and then you deal with the pass. Even when you're playing a passing team, because the run is the easiest way to beat you. So bringing out that 4-3 defense right there, I believe we're going to be in good hands with Coach right there guiding us. No doubt.
Absolutely. And we have some talent at the linebacker position too. So in that 4-3 set, you know, that Sam back, you know, he's basically almost like a strong safety at the linebacker level. His job is to be the force on that strong side of the ball. It's going to be interesting to see if there's any sort of modifications to that defensive set during the continental shift, which I guess we could sort of segue ourselves into here and discuss that. So one of the unique components here about the Continental Football League is the fourth quarter. So for those who don't know Canadian football or follow it or understand the rules, we're going to break it down a little bit here for you. So starting in the fourth quarter, each game in this league is going to move into what's called the Continental Shift. In the Continental Shift, there are 3 downs as opposed to 4. Forward motion is enabled for receivers outside of the tackle box. The defense and offensive line have to line up exactly a yard away from each other, so no crowding the ball if you're on the D line. There's no fair catches on punts. And then you get into a little bit of a discrepancy with respect to the scoring mechanics, and this is going to take a little bit of getting used to. So in Canadian football, they call it a rouge. A rouge is a 1-point score. Basically, if you kick a field goal or attempt to kick a field goal and miss it, and it goes out of the back of the end zone, you are awarded 1 point. If you punt it into the end zone and the receiving team catches it and fails to return it out of the end zone, that is also 1 point. Compounding that, you have another scoring system that changes, something called Los Dos. Now, Los Dos is 2 points awarded for a punt that successfully goes through the uprights. So this is going to take a little bit of getting used to, just, you know, since we're so used to, especially in West Texas, you know, Americanized football. But from what the CoFL is trying to accomplish here is they're trying to get some eyes and get these guys on the radar in the Canadian Football League, as well as some of these other developmental leagues around the country. Coach, what are your thoughts on this? I mean, how long is it going to take, you know, not only the players but the fans to sort of get used to this change in sort of a prime time in the game?
Well, it's putting the players first. That's what it's doing. It's putting the players first. It's, you know, if the whole premise of the league is to try to get these guys to the next level of professional football, one of the next levels is the CFL. It's one of the bigger leagues we have in the world. Pays some really good money if you get on a roster. And what better way to showcase that than to play by their rules and show that the players out here can play Canadian football too. So we're putting the players first. That's what the league is doing. I think it's tremendous. And then we forgot about the fourth down, right? So we don't have a fourth down no more. We got 3 downs to accomplish what we're going to accomplish on a series. So you got first down, second down, and the third down is actually the old fourth down. Of course, we're not going to have fourth down anymore. So on third down, you can punt it or you can go for it. The league is trying to speed up the game to make teams not be able to park the bus, which kind of, you know, we're used to American football. parking the bus and taking the air out of the ball, it's kind of boring for the fan. The league has seen the problem with that, and they're trying to speed up the stakes, speed up the ante, as you would say, and that is taking the fourth down out of the game in the fourth quarter. It's going to be tremendous how these coaches deal with that, how the coaches have strategy to use on those first two downs. It's going to change the game. And I'm telling you one thing, it's going to be really interesting. We have a new start time, a new kick time of 7:15. I was just told. So 7:15 is the new kick time.
Yeah, sorry, I should have mentioned this before we jumped into this segment. So for those of you who are tuned in and live, first of all, welcome. We're so glad that you're here to join us in this opening kickoff for the Tall City Black Gold. Prior to us literally jumping on the air, a massive thunderstorm made its way over the stadium, directly over the stadium. And obviously, in the interest of player safety, personnel safety, fan safety, we sort of kept everybody outside. And now, Coach Rob just pointed out that we have a new start time of 7:15. So, we're going to push it back slightly just to make sure that the guys are able to get warmed up and we can avoid some injuries. All right. Well, moving into some of the other cool parts about what the CoFL sort of demands from their teams, they demand local talent. And, Coach, I know this is a segment that is near and dear to your heart. You are the encyclopedia that I would reference if there was any time a trivia about West Texas or Texas high school football or football in general. But when you look at a roster in a brand new franchise in a city and you see guys that are sort of, from the town, grew up there, went to college there at Midland College, I think it's important that we're able to highlight some of those guys as well. One of them being Guillermo Hernandez, who is sort of the anchor of the offensive line. He is Midland born. He's basically an all-around offensive lineman, but he will be playing center for us today. And, he took to some of our social media channels and, the enthusiasm of what it means to put on a jersey that says Tall City spoke volumes as he was explaining that. Coach, I know we talked about this earlier, but we did have some viewers pop in. Why don't you reiterate what it really means for a kid who grew up in this town to have the opportunity to put the jersey on?
Well, to play professional football here in West Texas, this is by many people in the whole state. West Texas is a region that is known for being the mecca of Texas high school football. In the heyday of the golden years, the 70s, 80s, and 90s, West Texas was the power, and nobody knew why. I mean, it was just we got desolate area out here with oil all over the place, and not much else to do except play Texas high school football. A lot of these kids grow up, their parents, its sole focus is to have their son play for one of these powers, whether it's Midland Lee or Odessa Permian, San Angelo Central, Abilene High. A lot of tradition out here in this area of West Texas, this whole region. Amarillo High, I mean, it stretches all the way up. But different decades throughout the 19th century, you had Amarillo High as a high school powerhouse. You had Odessa Permian as a high school powerhouse. You had Abilene High as a high school powerhouse. San Angelo Central, they were a high school powerhouse. And then of course Midland Lee, in the early 2000s, even in the late 90s, high school powerhouse. So we've had so much tradition out here, And the parents' sole focus when they have a young boy is to get him to play Texas high school football. It starts out in their youth years, their Pop Warner days, goes all the way through their junior high, and then culminates into high school football. A lot of these kids don't start to play football and have dreams of just playing for the high school. They want to play beyond. So they go to whatever college or university, and then universally that was it. But it's not the case anymore because of Councilman Norman and Denise Norman bringing in the Tall City Black Gold and the Continental Football League. Now we have another outlet for these kids to be able to showcase their abilities and to further their dreams. Because like we said earlier, getting to play football when you're in Pop Warner youth football, all the way through your high school days, you're not getting paid a single penny to play football. You're doing it for the love of the game. And if you're here at this point, it's because you love to play football. And so this is an opportunity to give our local talent the opportunity to play football. Now, one thing I've seen that was really interesting is we have a local kid on the roster. He's one of our defensive ends. He's from Midland High. And when he played in high school, he wasn't, your all district type kid. Well, he matured a little bit later, but mature he did. He's a player and a half, and he's on this roster. And I'm not lying to you. It's not easy to get onto the roster. I've seen some quality names that didn't make it onto this roster, meaning that this kid had a little bit later development after high school, and now he's a certified, just a killer out there. There's no doubt about it. He's a tremendous football player now, and he'll talk about that. Hopefully, we can have him on where he can tell us about his journey through high school, through the youth ranks. He was never the guy that was focused on. He was never the star, but now he's outshining everybody playing professional football in West Texas. And what would it mean to a kid like that? My goodness, it's a dream come true.
Some of us can only continue to dream, but for some of these guys, it's about to become a reality. A couple other notable names from the Midland area. We have Caleb Washington. Caleb did go to Lee High School. I have just a couple of notes on his hobbies. He loves cooking, burrito lover, and for some reason thinks Chris Brown is better than Michael Jackson. That one I just had to throw in there. Up for debate for sure. Rich Garrett is another one. I mean, Rich is probably that Sam type linebacker, who can also defend. So he might be in more of a nickel type situation where he can drop into coverage and possibly defend some of those slot guys, especially during the continental shift when, they do have that forward motion capabilities. So it's going to be exciting to see all these guys. And of course, we talked about, I guess the coaching staff. But let's talk about the team that we're actually playing against today. The team that is going to sort of kick off the season with us, and that's the Texas Herd. They're a team based out of Houston, the East Texas area. What do you know about them? I know you caught their game. I guess they played the Odessa Drillers in the Arena League last week. I know they have a mix of both. So they do play 11 on 11 and they play arena. So they're a very unique hybrid of a type of team. But what can you say about these guys?
Well, we got to catch their game last Saturday night at the Hector County Coliseum there in Odessa, Texas. We went out there not knowing that they were going to be the team that we were going to play for the warm-up game to start our season this year. We checked them out, and they're kind of they're a barnstorming team. That's one way to put it. They're a barnstorming team. They're gonna come out with whoever they got, and they're gonna give us all they got. I don't know really what to expect in 11-man football. In the arena game last week, they kind of struggled a little bit. I think today, what we're going to focus on is us. I think we just need to focus on looking at our guys, seeing how our guys execute, how our guys can move, how our coaches coach to the strategy of the continental shift, and that's really what I'm focused on. The Texas Herd, They're some quality people. They committed to the football game. They said we're going to go out there. They stuck to their word. It's not great conditions out here, although it is getting better. We have a stiff breeze coming from the south to the north, and it looks like it's about a 15-mile-an-hour wind. But the skies have cleared, and we're going to get to play the Texas Herd here in a minute, and they're going to have to play us. That's the way I'm looking at it. We get to play them, and they're going to have to play us.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely going to be a test for them for sure. And I'm with you. I think today is really about us. It's about fine tuning some of those timing elements offensively. It's about fine tuning the communication elements defensively. And again, we're playing against a team that has experience playing together. Regardless on whatever their season is looking like or whatever their outcomes look like. They're a squad that has sort of been together a lot longer than we have. So I'm with you. I think that this is a unique opportunity for us, but also for them to really showcase some of those guys and some of their talent, not just here in the Permian Basin area, but across the Continental Football League. This is being streamed live across the country with CoFL fans. Pretty much everywhere tuning in on, the United Football Media YouTube channel. We have the Tall City Black Gold channel. We're generating quite a bit of a presence here. So maybe it's an opportunity for some of these guys to show off their talents too.
Absolutely. I was just told that another strike has just taken place near us. Although the system is moving away from us, there has been lightning in the area, and it was just fairly recently. There's another postponement, I guess. What do they say? They're going to reset the clock to 25 more minutes. So the kick time we're looking around 7:35, 7:40-ish. Our new kick time.
7:35. Well, of course, everybody wants to make sure that these things are out of the area, especially with the wide open stadium like this. So any precaution that we're going to take, we're going to put it into effect. So I appreciate that update, and I apologize for everybody tuning in. I know everybody was excited to see kickoff already, but we're going to have to push this back another half hour or so just to make sure that those systems do clear. But that does give us an opportunity to talk a little bit about the gentleman who's going to be sort of running the ship offensively, our quarterback, Kobe Martin. Now, in my research on this gentleman, he is another well-accomplished, he has a well-accomplished career, not only playing, but also coaching. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a couple guys that, sort of went the coaching route, not thinking that, they'd be able to strap the pads on again. Kobe is native of DeSoto, Texas. He went to DeSoto High School. His college was Bethany up in Kansas. And then he really made a name for himself in the Arena Football League. He played for the Sioux Falls Storm, the Wichita Force. He led the Force to the Arena Championship as a rookie. And in his second year, he set the franchise for most touchdowns in a game, which was 5. He played for the Wichita Regulators, the Iowa Woo, and the Washington Wolfpack. His career Arena Football League stats, 750 passing yards, 150 rushing yards. So we actually might see a mobile quarterback here today and throughout this season as well. The one stat that really stuck out, he has a 72% career completion rate. Which, at any level it's pretty impressive. There's a sense of accuracy and mobility that I'm seeing in these numbers. He has 23 total touchdowns in 15 games, which again, more than one per game, very impressive. And then he moved to the sidelines where he became the wide receiver coach at Bethany. He coached 2 all-conference players, 2 players that transferred to the University of Florida and Davenport as part of the NIL deal. And then he became the wide receivers coach at Northwestern Oklahoma State University. Well, Coach, I mean, you look at these numbers, not really knowing much else as far as what he brings to the table. What's the first thought that comes to your mind?
He's from DeSoto, Texas. That's the first thought that comes through my mind. If he's from DeSoto, Texas, that's a powerhouse. in Texas high school football. The DeSoto Eagles are a tremendous powerhouse, led by Coach Claude Mathis out there. Um, they've put out so many kids at the D1 level, and Kobe is just another in a long line of those. I expect him to be a dual threat quarterback with the capability of running or passing with a 70% completion percentage. He's going to be really accurate. That means the ball's not touching the ground very much, and he's won. That's the biggest thing. You're a winner. If you can lead your football team at the quarterback position to championships, that means you're a winner. Coach wanted a proven winner. I believe that's why we're going with Kobe. And look, being from DeSoto, I guarantee you he's won a lot of football games. And getting a scholarship, I guarantee you that he's won a lot of football games. So the thing that stands out to me is his leadership capabilities, a dual threat guy with a lot of accuracy. That's what his numbers tell us. That's what his credentials tell us about leadership and being a winner. I think we got a really good one here in the Tall City.
I'm excited to see how he teams up with a Coach Ford and all of the wide receiver experience. So now you're going to have a quarterback who has wide receiving coaching experience teamed up with a decorated wide receiver coach champion, Super Bowl champion. It's going to be interesting to see what they're able to put together offensively. I'm going to take a quick pause here for a second, and I'm just going to give a quick shout out. We do have some fans tuned in live to the YouTube channel. So if you are watching us live on YouTube and you want to drop some comments in the chat, we are keeping tabs on that. But we're going to give a shout out to another player who just got a shout out in that chat, and that's Justin Whiteside. And I just pulled up some of the interesting information on this young man. He's from Illinois. He went to Central Michigan University, which is in Mount Pleasant, Michigan. He majored in health and physical education. Shout out to Mom Latoya and Dad Charles. Here's one of the really cool, interesting facts. He was born November 23rd, 2000 on Thanksgiving Day. Not too many people could say that. But on that day, the Vikings beat the Cowboys 27-15, and the Lions beat the Patriots 34-9. So I did some digging and some homework just to, get some things to talk about it. But I'm more interested on some of his playing career stats. 214 tackles, 117 solos, 23 and a half sacks for loss, totaling 82 yards. 6 sacks, 44 yards lost in those 6 sacks. He has a pick, 4 pass breakups, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. He is a 2-time academic All-MAC honoree as well. Everything in this screams talent and intelligence. And one of the things that I would love to see in the linebacking core, especially in a 4-3 defense, is to be able to read offensive plays, figure out which linemen are trying to get to that next level during the running game, and figure out a way around it to stuff it and sort of drive those running backs back into the hole. Coach, what are your thoughts on this young man?
Well, he's a Chippewa. Anytime you get a Central Michigan Chippewa, you're dealing with a tough person, tough kid. And him playing one of the linebacking positions for us. What better way to have than a 2-time MAC all-academic team football player than a Chippewa? I mean, heck, that says it all. That he's going to be the leader of the defense, right in the middle, calling the plays. So he's going to be a guy that coach counts on to get lined up right. If they come out in the spread, then we'll have to adjust to that. But he'll make the majority of calls, I guarantee you, being a real intelligent player as he is. And then being from the Midwest, people from the Midwest just built different. They're built for that cold weather, that football weather, that just real physical style of play. And having a kid like that from the Midwest come down here to West Texas, man, we got a good one. I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, we saw some interviews of him throughout the week, throughout the practice, and some of the local events, the meet and greets and the mixers and things like that. And he did reference. He said, the reputation of West Texas precedes itself. And he's like, even growing up, up north, as far as possible as a way that you can come from this environment. When the opportunity presented itself, he knew that it was more of a culture and a community that he was entering. And he wanted to make sure that he brought whatever talent he could to the table. So it's going to be an exciting season seeing him at that second level defensively, under the leadership of Coach Stinson. And then obviously, with the surrounding talent around him, I think we're in for a pretty interesting treat defensively on what these guys are capable of putting together for sure.
Absolutely.
Guys, we're gonna take about a 20 to 40 second break. We're gonna give some shout outs to our sponsors. We're gonna play a little sponsor reel. Again, if you're just joining us on the live stream, we are in a slight weather delay. Thunderstorms were directly over the stadium leading up until kickoff. So we did hear that some thunder and lightning were still in the surrounding area. We have an expected start time now at 7:35. So please bear with us. Please stick with us. In the meantime, we're gonna hit pause for a second, and we're gonna give a quick shout out to our sponsors. All right, welcome back. So as I mentioned earlier, we are in a slight weather delay. Expected kickoff is about 7:35 Central Time. So I know a lot of people are tuning in from around the country. Bear with us for about the next 25 plus minutes. It looks like we definitely will get football in tonight. But we did get a little bit of a pushback due to a thunderstorm, and obviously we just want to make sure that these guys are safe and secure. The fans, the staff, the players, the coaches. We got a lot of wide open space here in West Texas, so those storms come through. They come through quick, and they come through violently. So we're definitely going to be able to get that in, and we're excited. We want to also give a shout out to today's game day sponsor, and that's LaFoy Real Estate Group. They're going to be with us for the majority of tonight, and we appreciate you guys supporting the Tall City Black Gold in our first season and our first game. We obviously can't do much of this without the support of the local community, fans, businesses, organizations, foundations. I mean, this whole ordeal, this whole franchise is really community driven, and it's all for you guys. So we are beyond grateful that you're a part of this entire season, entire franchise with us. Coach, we did get a couple other player requests to jump in and chat about. So, as we're sort of winding down the time, waiting for kickoff, why don't we just jump into that? I'm just pulling up the chat here. let's see. We did Whiteside. Who's next? All right, here's one. Let's talk about this young man. So talking about linebackers still. David Leach. David is from Carson City, Nevada. He went to Dayton High School and Carson High School. He really got the short end of the stick with the whole COVID-19 situation. Sort of had his, I don't want to say his career derailed, but a lot of the progress and success that he was having, sort of took a back seat with that. He did end up becoming a coach. He was a coach at Central Methodist University, where he did go to school, and he was the defensive assistant. And I got to tell you, man, everything I've heard about this young man to this point has just been nothing but shining ferociousness is the best way to describe it. He's all smiles. He's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. When he straps him up, you don't want to be on the other side of that football. All right. I'm going to actually throw these back up here one more time just so that we can all sort of be aware. We're going to talk about this later in the game as well. But these are the Continental Shift rules. Again, we have a little bit of a different gameplay with respect to the way that these are sort of run in the fourth quarter. Throughout the fourth quarter, the Continental Shift will kick in. Their fourth down is removed. Forward motion is enabled. There's a 1 yard gap between the offense and defensive line. There's no fair catches on punt returns. You have a 1 point rouge, which is awarded for an unreturned end zone kick or a kick that goes through the end zone. And then you have a 2 point Los Dos award for punting it through the uprights. So the plan here is to get a little bit more exposure in the Canadian Football League. Some of these guys are trying to develop their skill sets to get to the next level and any professional level that they can in order to continue on in their careers. These are mainly CFL rules. And then, of course, it gives more of an offensive-like mindset heading into the fourth quarter to allow for more dynamic plays, more offensive plays, most probably more chat-based, more pass-based plays. We're gonna see a whole different sort of game plan established heading into the fourth quarter. Coach, I know we chatted about this earlier, and as we sort of continued on this stream, we've had a tremendous amount of people jump in. I mean, is there any other comments you'd like to say about the Continental Shift?
Absolutely. The Continental Shift is going to be interesting with the coaches on how they conduct their strategy, because it's real strategic, especially in a close game, how you maneuver through the Continental Shift, the fourth quarter, as you would say. That the third down being fourth down, it's going to be the biggest, because what it's going to do is it's going to speed your play calling up. It's going to speed everything up to make you still play football instead of parking the bus and trying to take the air out of the ball. You're going to have to keep on playing. That's what the rule was brought in for. They want more action. They want more. And let's just be honest, we're going to see the ball chucked around. It's essentially two downs to get 10 yards and keep the sticks moving. And you're going to be having to chuck the ball around to do that. So let's also tell them about the 1 foot in professional football for the Continental rules, opposed to the 2 feet in bounds.
Yeah, so this is
the wide receiver only has to have 1 foot.
Sorry, Coach.
Go ahead.
No, you were going on it. So yeah, it is the college rule set, right? So as you were explaining, this is not just a fourth quarter rule. This is actually throughout the entire game. So the receivers only need to get 1 foot in bounds in order to qualify as an acceptable catch.
But the Continental rule, it's a great rule because it's a fan-friendly rule. It's going to lead for the fourth quarter to just have teams still play. Keep your foot on the gas and run your offense. But you got to be strategic about it because a 2-possession game can come to a tie game real quickly with the rule, especially with the Rouge and the Los Dos rule that they have. I mean, it's going to be really interesting on how these coaches maneuver through the fourth quarter. It's going to come down to real tactics, real strategy, and that's what you kind of really like when you're watching football.
I'm going to throw our coaches back up real quick because we didn't get the chance to chat about Mark Bounds, who's our special teams coordinator, and Mark was actually an All-American punter. So I'm curious, he looks at these types of, rules, especially in the fourth quarter. How much does the no fair catch on punt returns play into any strategy for field position? Whether it's catching some guys off guard, maybe even returning or getting your hands on the punt. We have to get a little clarification on this because in Canadian football, I believe the center, if the center recovers the ball, then the offense retains possession. So again, I don't know what the rules would look like as far as how this operates. I mean, I know there are some differences between CFL and this continental shift, mainly because, in Canadian football, you have 12 guys on either side of the ball versus 11. You also have much larger fields. So you actually have a 55-yard line. The end zones are 20 yards deep. And the field is like 65 yards wide, I believe. So, it's a much bigger playing surface, which allows for that extra man. And I believe, the league decided, stuffing another 2 guys on the field is more of an injury risk than it is to sort of highlight the CFL side of it. So I think they sort of veered away from it. But, Coach, maybe I'm just spitballing here, but when you have an All-American punter as your special teams coordinator and you look at this type of rule, what goes through your mind about what he has up his sleeve?
I mean, it's a punter's dream, right? To be able to score points. The Los Dos really, really brings the punters and the special teams into play. So does the Rouge. And if I'm not mistaken, a punt in the CFL, if not handled and recovered by the other team, is essentially an onside kick. So, I mean, don't really get me to that, but I'm pretty sure that's what the rule is in the CFL. If we're going by CFL rules, that has to be the rule, right?
I would think.
Yeah, they make you handle the punts. It's strategic on where you punt the ball, coffin corner, into the end zone, so you make them bring it out, right? They have to bring the punt out. They get tackled in the end zone. It's the 1-point Rouge. The ball goes through the end zone. It's a 1-point Rouge. The ball goes through the uprights. It's a Los Dos. So, you have a big-time punter. Not a big-time punter, a big-time special teams coach like we have. He was a punter at Texas Tech. He transferred into Tech. That's major Division I college football. And to have a man like that coaching our special teams that understands punting, because sometimes you get a special teams coach that's not a punter or a kicker. We have one that was a big timer at the University of Texas Tech. So, it's really in our favor that we have somebody like Coach Bounds. He had a tremendous college career, a unanimous All-American at Tech. So what can you say? He was first team All-Southwest Conference back in the day. And to be able to play by these rules where the punter has a chance to score points, he's got to be licking his chops right now.
Well, I look at his career stats. His credentials speak volumes, right? I mean, you don't really get to say a lot usually about these types of statistics on a punter. But I mean, I'm just looking at his career average as a punter and a career of almost 50 yards per punt. I mean, if you're an offense, if you're a defense, first of all, this is like your MVP, because every single time you have to go onto the field, you know this guy is giving you, as the defender, the best possible field position available. And especially if he's a coffin kicker, right? If he can bury them within the 20 or the 5-yard line, man, I mean, that makes your job that much more exciting, easier, and more fun. I mean, you can go out there with the whole field to your back, knowing that the pressure is really on the offense in order to march down the field. So another exciting piece about Coach Bounds is that his son is getting to coach with him. Now, we talk about this league and all the opportunities it provides to the players. I mean, Coach, your credentials speak volumes too, but what does it mean for a coach to be able to coach with his son? I mean, that must be the ultimate dream come true for a professional at this level.
Stuff like that, when I read stuff like that, that has, John Norman and Coach Blackshear all over it. They're family-oriented people. They want these players, the whole staff, the organization to be family-oriented. And I know the reason that's happening is because of those two men, being able to say, hey, come out here with your family, do your job, but let's make memories out of this, lifetime memories. And I mean, I'd take a job for free if I was able to coach with my son tomorrow in a professional league, professional setting. So I promise you, it's a dream come true for a lot of these kids out here to be able to play professional football and to prolong their careers. But it's also that for the coaches too, and especially when you get to coach with your own blood. There's nothing like it. And like I said, that has John Norman and Coach Blackshear all over it. That does, to me.
I mean, I couldn't agree more with you. It's instilling the family and the culture that you expect all of your guys to, sort of build around. And what better than with your own flesh and blood, right? I mean, if you grew up loving teaching, playing, coaching football at the absolute highest levels you possibly can, I mean, now you get to share that experience with your son. I mean, I can't wait to talk to Coach Bounds about that, and his son for that matter. I mean, he grew up watching his dad and seeing all the accolades, first team All-American, highlight career at Texas Tech, and now he gets to be at this level alongside him on the sidelines. It is really exciting to watch. And I believe he is coaching the running backs. So, I'm curious to see what his career looks like from the running back perspective and what led him to coach that level. But yeah, I mean, I see some activity happening on the field. So it looks like we're starting to get towards the tail end of this weather delay, which is exciting. This just in, believe it or not, we were just provided with the roster for the Texas Herd. So we're going to throw this up here. Head coach Colby Mosley, DC and owner Dave Tennyson. And then, we have our roster of guys that, we're going to be taking the field with tonight. It looks like they have a couple versions of their logo and color palettes. But this is the team. And, Coach, does any name or any number stand out to you as far as what you saw when they played the Drillers over in Odessa?
Well, they had a big old left tackle, number 71, and he was quite nasty. He's a tough one. A good football player. He played both sides of the ball for them. Their quarterback was mobile, could throw the football. They got behind the Drillers a couple of plays, scored some pretty long touchdowns. They have a couple of wide receivers that can really go. Like I said, they got behind them a couple of times for I want to say some 50-yard touchdowns, goal line to goal line. So they have some players. There's no doubt about it. Traveling 2 consecutive weeks to the Permian Basin when you're from East Texas, I believe, going to be kind kind of a daunting task for this Texas Herd team, but hey, they're here to play. Like I said earlier, I believe it's all about us and this, warm up game to our season, um, a prelude to what we hope is a championship season for us this year. And if we do the things that we're supposed to do, there's no doubt in my mind this will be a good springboard to the first league game that we have coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, especially as well. I mean, the league starts next week. We're actually on the road. We're going to be in Fort Worth next week to face the Braves. So let's take a look real quick at the other teams in the CoFL. So in the South Division, we have ourselves, of course, Tall City Black Gold. This is actually a Texas conference more so than South, but they called it the South. The Tall City Black Gold here in West Texas. We have the Fort Worth Braves, which is the team directly to our right, the Mustang-looking team. Beneath us, we have the San Antonio Toros. They've been an established team for quite some time, so it's going to be exciting to face off against those guys. And then out of Austin, we have the Texas Syndicate. So we do have a lot of talent, obviously, in and around Texas normally, but now we're bringing it to the front and center in the professional stage. They call it the North, but there's a lot of teams sort of scattered around. We have the Ohio Valley Ironmen, who had a ridiculous season last year. I think they made headlines because they beat a team by 100 points. It caught wind of outlets like I believe it was Barstool Sports. They sort of caught wind of some of the stuff that those guys were doing. Then we have the Vegas Gamblers. That obviously isn't really North, but it is a team that's going to be doing a little bit of traveling to participate in this league. We have the Cincinnati Dukes, based out of Ohio, on the other side of Ohio there. And then we have the Norfolk Neptunes out of Virginia. So we're excited to be a part of this league. And again, this is a resurrection league, right? This league had existed in the 60s and sort of, I want to say during the NFL-AFL merger, it really sort of disappeared into the ether. But the talent started to move more into that AFL-NFL scene because of, the combination of the league. But when those guys, Manny and Mike, and when they started to put all these different pieces of the puzzle together, man, it was they didn't really want to start something from scratch. They wanted to build on a legacy that sort of existed already. At least that's what I got out of it. So it's exciting to see what they've been able to put together and some of the pieces that they've been able to assemble for this sort of first kickoff season. But our focus right now is Texas. It's going to be a bloodbath of who comes out of the South. Obviously, Texas, with their homegrown talent and the need for homegrown talent, we're going to have all sorts of different games, and I think that's going to be we're going to see rivalries develop very, very quickly. Coach, what's your take? I know you're a San Antonio guy too.
Oh, absolutely. I think having the league based out of Texas for this conference, because there's two conferences. There's one in the North and one in the South. The South is just Texas. We're almost like our own country over here because we're so big. We have a lot of square miles in between all the other metropolitan areas. We don't here being out of the Permian Basin in West Texas. We're not a major metropolitan area. We are a petroplex out here, but one that can sustain its own way of living. And we're going to have natural rivalries with San Antonio, Austin, and the other Fort Worth area with this league. It's going to be a phenomenal league because any teams out of Texas in any kind of professional football or any football as it is are going to be pretty competitive. So I expect nothing less than that. It's starting next week, like you said, in Fort Worth with the Braves. We're going to get a good indication of what the other organizations will have in the league talent-wise. And we're going to see what we're up against. I expect it to be a tremendously competitive league.
I hope so. And, I know that a lot of prep work had to go in such a short amount of time. to make all this possible, not just for, the Tall City Black Gold or for each organization, but the league in itself. So, I mean, again, I look at this from a two-folded type of equation. One, you're giving guys another opportunity to strap them up and give a little bit of a presence to their name for different leagues, different organizations that potentially, could be calling on them. And then two, you're talking about a fan base, a community built where typically there isn't a professional football team already. And I know Midland Odessa has several teams, but, again, this is something that is a little bit unique in the sense that you have ownership that is from Midland area, has roots here, has successes here. He's a Hall of Famer, a Texas high school Hall of Famer, which, we're going to expand on that as the broadcast and as the season continues. But he was in an extreme elite class of Texas high school athletes. Some of the likes of Pat Thomas, who ended up, getting drafted by the Los Angeles Rams and had some significant highlights in his career. Robert Griffin III, RG3, obviously everybody knows his story, playing down in Waco, being, a top recruit, NFL prospect, NFL draft. Unfortunately, injuries caught him pretty hard. And, I would say it sort of moved his career into the press box, where he found a new life and, basically found a new calling for his love of football. And then, of course, we're talking about a future Hall of Fame, first ballot, arguably one of the best quarterbacks to ever strap him up. Red Raider alumni in the likes of Patrick Mahomes. All of these gentlemen and many others, including legendary coaches that, were part of that Hall of Fame draft class with John Norman. So, again, a credit of, homegrown Hall of Fame type talent that now started this franchise. And, again, it kicks off tonight and, it's going to put West Texas football back on a very serious map of talent, of opportunity. And it's really what I think is also exciting, going to give the kids in this area more of a thirst to try to get to themselves to this particular playing level. And I think that once you get to that, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade era, that's going to bring back the eras of the Friday Night Lights, the Permian Basins, all of those different, I guess, accreditations that we sort of love and know about West Texas football around the country.
Absolutely. He's a winner. Anything that he gets behind, he wants to win. He's really expressed his willingness to come out here and build this Tall City Black Gold into something that Midland and not just Midland, but Odessa, the whole Permian Basin region as a whole can be proud of. This is a legit league, and he wants to win it the very first year coming right out of the chute. He's not tiptoeing around. He wants to make his mark with this football team and imprint that Midland, Odessa, that West Texas, that the Tall City Black Gold is here. They're going to be here. They're going to be here for years to come. It's something that the community can get, in back of, and this is their football team. Yes, we do have other professional football teams, but we don't have anything like this. We have some indoor teams, which is, a nice thing to have, but that's totally different from 11-man football and the continental shift that is the CFL that we're playing under too. So this is a 11-man professional football league here in West Texas that's legit, and he brought it to us, and they're trying to give us something that's a first-class experience. I'm telling you, I'm really, really excited about it.
It's going to be a great show. There's no doubt about it. And I look forward to the days when some of these guys who either get to that next level or some of the kids who grow up in the area that get to strap them on, get to tell their story. And it all starts here, man. And again, I referenced this at the beginning. We're writing that first page of the story tonight. And again, shout out to the Texas herd. You brought up that, traveling from East Texas to West Texas. This is a journey about a third of the way across the country, like literally. So those of you who are tuning in that don't understand how big Texas is, to get from Houston to this area, I mean, it's not a cakewalk. And to now do this 2 weeks in a row, because they did come out and play the Odessa Drillers last week in the Arena League. Shout out to them, man. And again, guys that love football, guys that want to get out there and showcase their talents. I mean, you gotta show a lot of respect for that type of effort and that type of commitment for sure.
They're a little bit on the short-handed stick of it tonight, but they're going to get out there and they'll quit themselves pretty well. Like I said, it's all about eyes on us because we're getting ready for our league. They're not in our league, the Texas Herd. I don't know what league they're in, but they're not in our league. And our goal is to win our league, and it starts next week, but it starts today. It starts today with being organized, being able to execute, being able to get the talent on the field and see what they're going to do in pressure situations. Let's talk about just coaching under the Continental shift rule. That's a whole different deal in its own right. So everything that this league encompasses, we're going to find out a little bit about it tonight.
Yeah, and it's going to be exciting. And again, I think you referenced it earlier, but it's worth reiterating. I mean, the season officially does start next week. We call this a dress rehearsal for the limited amount of time that these guys have had to practice. But we're gonna see what tricks we have that we're gonna display tonight. I would think more of a fundamental style of coaching and execution tonight versus a lot of points racked up. I think we really want to focus on some of the basics and make sure that, again, these guys not only, understand the systems that they're now a part of, but that they get comfortable working with each other. I think that's also going to be an important step in what's taken out of tonight. It's a lot of film, right? As a coach, you want to be able to get some of these guys on film to point out certain things that you'd like to see different. And, this is obviously the best opportunity to do that.
As the players are learning the coaches are learning the players. So everybody's learning everything about, being on this team together. It's really come together really fast. The amount of time that we've had to form the team until where we are right now has not been a whole lot. I mean, it's come together really quick. So getting the players on the field, being able to see what they can and cannot do well, gives a coach more of an understanding of what he has to work with and what he can adjust to. So that's what we're here for tonight. Next week, we're going to be taking on a pretty significant challenge out there in Fort Worth, playing a Fort Worth Braves team. I believe we will be playing them over there in Denton. I believe we're going to be in Denton, Texas, playing them next Saturday night. So all of that has to wait a little bit so we can see what we have and give the coaches a good week of looking at game film, seeing what their players can and can't do well. That way we can adjust to it and get going for next week's league match, the first one we have in the history of the Tall City Black Gold.
Yeah, and let's throw that schedule up here real quick. So obviously tonight we're playing the Herd. Next week, you just pointed out, we're playing the Braves over in Fort Worth. Then we have the official home opener of the regular season, which will take place on June 6th at 7 o'clock against the Texas Syndicate team. That's the team from Austin. And that's going to be a real exciting game. I know, there's a little bit of an owner's chat that goes on between these guys, and they're all friends. They all obviously want, to make all this work for each other and stuff like that. But, if I know John Norman as well as I do, there's still a competitive edge to a lot of the things that he's putting out there. So, those games are going to mean a lot more, for him. At the ownership level, just to have the bragging rights a little bit, to talk a little bit of smack in those owners chats. After that, we're off to San Antonio, where we will face the Toros. And if I were to look at the schedule and just knowing what I know about all these teams, the Toros are probably one of the most established on the lists. They've been around for quite some time. They played together. They have, ownership and staff that have worked together for a number of years. So, they would probably be the most well-oiled machine of the teams that we would play. Not discrediting any of the other teams, but again, experience does count in some regard. So that would take place on June 13th down in San Antonio. After that, we're back-to-back home games. So the 21st and the 28th of June, which I believe are Sunday night games. So we're actually moving the lights from Saturday night over to Sunday night. And we're going to be hosting those same Fort Worth Braves and San Antonio Toros, the ones that we would meet from week 1 and week 3. And then we actually wrap up the season on the road on the 250th anniversary of this great country, July 4th. Down in Austin, Texas. And then once all the regular season is sort of squared up, we're going to have a Southern Division Championship take place on July 11th. I believe that would be a home field advantage type game. So obviously that's TBD right now on where that's going to be. Very possible. And if I were a betting man, I'd say that Midland is definitely in the cards for that. And then, of course, we have the Continental Football League Championship game taking place on July 19th. I believe that is up in Ohio, but don't quote me on that. Those things are sort of TBD right now, but I do believe that is actually going to take place a little bit up north or at a neutral site, maybe halfway in between. So it's a quick bang type of season. We're starting off tonight. Official game kicks off May 30th, and we're out the door by mid-July, end of July, if we make the championship. Coach, again, you have limited dress rehearsals here. You look at a schedule of this sort of condensed nature. What do you sort of push for your guys to be able to showcase their talents in such a short window?
When you have a limited time to get on film, for the higher leagues to be able to recognize you. So you have to take a sense of urgency when you get out there and strap them up every single, weekend that we're out here. It's for their benefit. They're getting coached really well by true professionals. They're given an opportunity to get to that next level, whether it's the USFL, the NFL, or the CFL. Those are the three big three that they really are striving for to try to get to. And they have to have a sense of urgency. These guys have got to show what they can do and go out there and just make plays. You don't have a lot of time to make that impression. And the time you do have, you have to really, really take advantage of it. So that's what I would be stressing if I'm their coach, to just really, really concentrate and to be focused when you're out here playing these games, because you never know when your next opportunity is going to come, and you don't ever know who it's going to come from.
Any chance is a great chance, right? And one of the beauty parts about football is that sometimes you only get that one shot. We're in the middle of basketball and hockey playoffs right now. I mean, these are 7-game sets. Baseball's a 7-game set. Football, you get one bite of the apple, man. Any given Sunday, you either show up or you don't. And you can throw out all the stats at that point. It's about who wants it more. And I think that in such a condensed schedule, there's no time for plays off, man. And I think Coach Blackshear and, obviously Coach Ford, Coach Stinson, leading the respective offenses, defenses, they're going to make that point very clear. And when you build a culture that is really surrounded around, progress, building out your character, you're going to want to be the guy that still performs and makes that difference on the field. And I think that's what we're going to see throughout the year as the season sort of unfolds a little bit.
Just take advantage of the film. I mean, we tell the kids all the time, it's about what you're doing and how hard you're doing it when really nobody's watching it. The game is a blowout. You're getting blown out. Are you still playing? Are you still giving 100% effort? That's what the coaches are looking at. They're not looking at the score of the game. They're seeing if you're playing your hardest, if you're giving your true effort, and if you got a guy that can give that, you got 11 guys that can give that, you can build castles with guys like that. That's how you win football games. So effort is the number one thing they're looking for out here, and they want to see it on every play. It's really specifically on defense. You want to see 11 hats rallying to the ball on every play. You get blocked, get off the block, get back up, get into the play. Because you never know when you can make the play or not make the play, but you do know that you're not going to make the play if you don't get up. That's the one thing. So just take advantage of it.
Absolutely. And we've been live now for about an hour and a half, and for those of you who are just tuning in, we did have a pretty significant weather system that made its way across the stadium at the time of kickoff, or a little bit before. I mean, if you're looking at the blue skies in the picture, you wouldn't be able to tell it, but it definitely did have a little bit of an impact with respect to the way that the game was scheduled to start. So we are in a slight delay. As you saw, the guys are warming up on the field. So we are going to, sort of move into the pregame, the announcements, and, heading into the opening kickoff here shortly. But we appreciate you guys sticking with us on this opening night, a historic night in Midland and West Texas. I'm going to take a quick 20-second break, and I'm going to give a shout-out to some of our sponsors, and we'll be right back, hopefully with the opening kick and the pregame show as it continues to roll on throughout this delay. All right, we're coming back here live. Still got the guys warming up. We do have a camera crew that's working, guys, so I know it looks like it's sort of zoomed out a little bit. We have a number of cameras around the stadium. We're obviously going to try to get the best shots we possibly can here, and we're going to work the play-by-play, and we're going to work some of the color and bring up some of the history of these guys as we move forward here. So looks like we got the captains heading out to center field to do the coin toss.
Away team is asking where their water is. What do I do about that?
Let's go ahead and give our starting lineup for the offense.
All right. Coach, you want to take it?
Yes, sir. At left tackle, we're going to have Matthew Renstra, number 65, our big left tackle. At left guard, number 62, Nicholas Ibarra. At center, number 64, Guillermo Hernandez.
Midland's very own.
Midland's very own. Went to Midland League, played for Coach Hartman. Guillermo he's a good one. At right guard, number 63, Sean Eicher. At right tackle, number 77, Kevin Pajero. Wide receiver on the left-hand side will be Zatarius Anderson. The wide receiver to the right, as we line up, it looks like with a fullback and a tight end, 21 personnel. We're going to have Elijah Roundtree, number 12 at wide receiver. You're also going to see Luke Adam and T.I. Jeffrey be playing the wide receiver positions. At tight end, it's going to be big Cameron King, number 16. Our halfback is going to be Jalen Samuel, number 16. And our fullback is going to be Trey Coleman, number 5, clearing the way. Our leader of the offense, the quarterback, QB1, number 10, Kobe Martin.
Now we all been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Tall City Black Gold first game of the season. Let's make some noise.
The defense 4-3. As when we go out on defense, we will be in a 4-3.
We're gonna have a prayer.
Our starting defensive tackles are
Pastor Johnson Goodwill Church.
number 54, Josh King Bradley.
The singing of the national anthem by Anaya Alexander.
Number 7, Jamil Brown. As we're going to stop real quick, the singing of the national anthem is about to be played.
Pastor Johnson.
MC Coach A.
Both sides of the field. Bless the coaches, bless the athletes. Also, let not no injuries fall in this place. But let them have the sportsman conduct. Thank you for all the fans who have come out. We thank you for the weather that you have given us, God. And we are now ready, God, to get started on this journey. In Jesus' name we pray and for it. Say, amen.
Amen. Please stay standing for the singing of the national anthem from Anaya Alexander.
You know what?
Sorry, guys. We had a little bit of a technical hiccup with that one. But I think we're back to where we need to be now. And it looks like the black gold is set to receive.
Giving you a holler real quick, Mike. The kicker tees it up. He boots it away. It's going to be taken at the 5-yard line, and the return is on from there. Looking for room up to the 25 to 30. Still on his feet at the 35. Turns the corner. He's going to be pushed out of bounds around the 36-yard line. Be 1st and 10 for the Black Gold from there.
Solid return.
Absolutely. You get the number of the
a few replays here on the broadcast too.
Excellent Lord. First down.
There we go. Ward brings us to the line. Wide receiver to the left. Two tight formation. As Coach Blackshear was adamant that we were going to be a ground and pound team this year. Let's see how we start off. Offensive line looking good out there. Ward brings them to the line. Can you hear me, Mike?
I got you. Sorry about that, guys. First play, we go.
Can you hear me,
we
Mike?
go dark.
Mike check.
Yeah, we're back. We're back.
Ward brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Wide receiver flank behind him. Running back flank behind him. Takes a snap. Ward's going to hand the ball off on a draw. They're going to have hands all over him in the backfield. Drop him for about maybe a yard loss. They're going to give him the line of scrimmage. Going to bring up a 3rd down and 8. Call it 3rd and 7.
Save God.
It's third down. Money down. Make some noise.
No.
Oh, he can hear you. He can hear you. Huh? Yes, I'm saying he can't hear you.
As long as everybody else can hear.
The audio, yeah, the video ninja link is up. Yes.
There we go. Ward brings them to the line. 2-by-2
Is
set.
it not live?
Running back flank to his left.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the video live.
Ward takes a snap, looks to throw, looking. He's going to tuck it and run around the left-hand side, trying to get up to the 1st down. He's going to be brought down inside of the 35, down to the 34-yard line. It's going to bring up about a 4th down, and let's call it 3. 4th and 3 coming for the Black Gold.
He can't hear you. Oh, you've been muted the whole time? Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, Coach, that's how we saw the
4th down and
the
3
wheels
coming.
on
What do you
there.
think, Mike?
Yeah, Coach, we just saw the wheels of Kobe on that one. 4th down.
Okay. He's not talking right now.
There we go. Ward brings him to the line. Fullback flank to the right.
I can hear
Takes
you
the snap.
with,
Going to hand the ball off to the left-hand side. Puts the foot in the ground at the 30. Still on his feet inside of the 25-yard line. Going to be brought down, but not after he gets a 1st down. Going to be a 1st down for the Black Gold. A big 4th down conversion by the big running back right there. Did you get his number? Quarterback is little gimpy. Quarterback Ward is out. Nathan Tarin is going to take over number 2. Tarin brings them to the line. Jalen Samuel, the big-time running back, is the bell cow for us. Tarin takes a snap. No, we're going to have movement. The ball is down. Hold on. It's going to be picked up. They're going to blow whistles. We do have some laundry on the ground. It's going to be a false start on the black gold. Bring up a 1st and 15 as we're checking on the quarterback, Kobe Ward. He did come out gimpy on that left foot, it looked like.
Yeah, I hope he's all right, Coach. I mean, you don't want to see him go
Tarin
down
brings
this
him to the
early.
line. Samuel flanked directly behind him. Tarin takes the ball off to Samuel around the right-hand side, gets a block. It's going to be brought down around the 25-yard line. It's going to get all of that penalty yardage back.
Yes.
They're really, really leaning on Samuel right now. Jalen Samuel, number 16. A gain of 5 yards on that play. Let's call it 2nd and 11. Give him 4. Tarin brings him to the line. Fullback flank to the right. Tarin takes a snap, going to hand the ball off to Samuel again. It's a big hole. At the 15, he fumbles the football. He's hit hard and he fumbled it, but I do believe the black gold has jumped right on top of that ball. It's going to be a 1st down right outside of the 10-yard line. A big hit from their safety on Samuel. A big run by Samuel, as there was a huge hole around that right-hand side, that right guard and right tackle.
So when I was playing the YouTube on my side, he could hear it in his head.
Here we go. Tarin brings him to the line, wing to the right. Shifts to the left. Tarin takes the snap, looks to throw, looking, still looking. He's going to dump it off to the running back. It's going to be incomplete. Hold on. It's going to be intercepted. It's going to be picked off by the Texas herd. He was covering the wide receiver real closely, and he went and made a play on that ball. My goodness. Sometimes you just got to tuck it, throw it out of bounds, and live another play. We had a really good drive going right there. Kind of self-inflicted on that play.
It looked like he was trying to dump it off to the running back. I don't know if he was trying to get it to the slot or to the flat there, but I mean, bad decision. I mean, the guy was really covered well.
Can't do it. You just can't do it right there. In that situation, you just can't have that. You're set up, open and drive to go down there and score. We're moving them with ease with the offensive line. Jalen Samuel is running the ball really well, and you just can't do that. That is something you can't do.
He put the ball on the ground too, which is obviously something we can't have, especially when your starting quarterback goes down in the middle of a drive, on the opening drive for that matter. So we gotta get back to those basics and those fundamentals that we talked about pregame.
The defense will come out in a 4-3. The defensive tackle, number 54, Josh King Bradley. The other defensive tackle, number 7, Jamel Brown. The other defensive end, Praise Amiwali, number 0. Defensive end on the left side, Jonathan Kahal, number 50. The free safety, Gabriel Adewuzi. The safety, Tyrell Thomas. The wheel, Justin Whiteside. The mic, number 44, Alex Bodine. The Sam, number 1, Kobe Calvin. And number 22, the cornerback, Caleb Washington. The other cornerback will be Damai Ajayi from, I believe, Midland, Texas, or Odessa, Texas. There we go. Quarterback for the herd brings them to the line. They're going to have 3 guys up there in the Maryland 9. They're going to have him in the backfield or at the line of scrimmage for no gain. It's going to bring up a 2nd down and 10. It's an initial hit by that Will linebacker that came in. Did you get his number? Justin Whiteside, number 55, on the tackle.
That's the kind of physicality we want to see defensively, especially after a turnover in your own red zone. So coming out hitting strong, that's what we want. We talked about Whiteside pregame too. I mean, again, that's a testament of what we've been able to talk about so far about him on display firsthand, first play, a defensive game.
Tremendous. The roster for the Texas Herd, don't believe we have it. As there will be a timeout on the field. The Texas Herd calls it with 8 minutes and 8 seconds left in the first quarter. Your score, the Texas Herd 0, the Tall City Black Gold 0. Initial drive of the ball game, Mike, was a tremendous drive, mostly on the ground by the big-time running back that we have, Jalen Samuel.
He looked great. I mean, we did lose the feed after the first play. I mean, we had a little technical issue, but we made good on it just in time, literally, to see him almost cough it up with that monstrous hit by the Herd safety. But yeah, I mean, this is sort of what you described pregame. I mean, we're going to be that ground and pound type of attack. I think, first drive scorecard, we got to take care of the ball, man. That's really the name of this drive right now.
Have to. There we go. The Herd brings them to the line, the quarterback. Like we're going to have a wing to the left, 2-by-1 set. Quarterback brings them to the line. 2nd down and 10 coming. Oh, we're going to have movement on the Texas Herd. I do believe that left guard couldn't stay in his stance long enough on that play. We did have the Tall City Black linebacker blitzing, but I believe he was not the one who caused that. Yes, the left guard stood up.
You think he was trying to time the snap, or was he drawn based around the guard's movement?
He was coming. They were going to send that blitz. They got him pinned back deep, and it's a good call by Coach. They were coming. Here we go. The quarterback brings them to the line. It's going to be a 2-by-2 set. Running back flanked to his right. We're going to have movement again on that left side. It looks like it's the right guard this time for the Texas Herd as they just can't stay disciplined. Hold on. Is he saying offsides? Let's see. What are we going to have? It's going to be another false start on the Herd.
Man, we're making the errors in our red zone, and they're making the errors with their back to the wall.
Well, we watched this team last weekend, and they really had a hard time getting going. They were playing against themselves and the Drillers. And this is no difference. Here we go. Quarterback brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it over the middle, has a man. It's going to be completed up to around the 8-yard line. Give him the 9, and it's going to be a gain of about 6 yards on the play. It's going to set up a 2nd down and 6. A 2nd down and 10, rather, from their own 9-yard line. It was a little squaring from that outside wide receiver. It looked to me. We're playing off him just a little bit. That left side cornerback. Here we go. The quarterback brings him to the line. Going to be a 2-by-2 set. Running back flank to his right. Blitz is on. Quarterback's going to take the snap around the right-hand side. He looks to throw, has a man, and it's going to be intercepted at the 31-yard line. The interception and the return is on to the 15, the 10, the 5, into the end zone. Touchdown, Black Gold. Tremendous.
What a catch by Thomas. I mean, he read that beautifully. Gave up the outside, saw he was coming inside, snatched it out of the air, and took it to the house, man. What a play.
What a tremendous play. An ill-advised throw, to be honest with you. I think if he would have just kept the ball, he might have had a first down around that right-hand side. But a great play by the safety. Staying home, staying true, staying disciplined. Hold on. Did we have a penalty on that play? Did we have oh no. So the PAT is going to be taken. Let's see. 25-yard line. So the NFL rule with the PAT is in effect. So the NFL rule with the PAT is in effect, Mike.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's talk about our kicker then. I mean, Eddie Godina, he actually went to White House, and we talked a little bit about another prominent player that played at that high school, by the name of Patrick Mahomes.
There you go.
So he shout out to Eddie. We expect big things from him as the season unfolds, big kicks and big situations, man.
A lot of good players coming from White House. Quarterback for the University of Texas went to White House too, not too long ago. Swoops. Here we go. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And it's good. Your new score was 7 minutes and 10 seconds left in the first quarter. A Tall City Black Gold, 7. A Texas Herd, 0.
What a
What a
boot.
kick. Yes, indeed. What a kick.
Just as we were giving him the shout out, man. Definitely coming through.
And not just the kick, the whole execution from the front line. There was no pressure on that PAT. And, of course, it's coming from, what is that? It's the 25, 35, so about a 38-yard boot, 37-yard boot. That's pretty good right there, no?
Very, very impressive. And, I'm still sort of taken back on what sort of sparked all that, right? I mean, phenomenal play from the safety position, reading the quarterback, reading the eyes, and then, sealing the deal. So, I wouldn't be opposed to the defense setting the momentum and running the tables as the way that this team builds momentum throughout the course of the game, especially throughout the course of the season. But it's good to see defense stepping up, making a play right after the offense kind of dropped the ball a little bit and had an injury at the quarterback position heading into the red zone. So that I think was the bigger takeaway. But yeah, Eddie knocking it through, man. I mean, not with force too. I mean that probably would have cleared almost 50.
Absolutely. And the thing, here we go. The boot is away. And they're going to have to cover that. If the ball is bounding, it's going to come down. Oh, he barely gets onto it around the 26-yard line. That was a live ball all the way. We almost had us an onside right there.
That was a crazy bounce.
It surely was. Went backwards. So as the Texas Herd starts from their 26-yard line, 1st and 10, like we said, we don't know a whole lot about this football team. We're really, really focused in on what our guys are doing. As long as our defense just continues to take away the run, stop the run first. I think that's key.
So, Coach, big play that, obviously your defense is back on the field. You showing a little bit of pressure here? Keep the momentum tilted?
Well, quarterback takes a snap, hands the ball off to the right-hand side, and that 4-3 defense that's built to stop the run is going to take him down for a huge loss on 1st down. a loss of around 6 yards. 2nd and 16 coming. You know, they why not? You know, I mean, they got them down. The defense is really, really proved hard to move the football against right now. Just keep them down. They don't have a whole lot of depth over there on the sideline. Well, why not? It's not going to be like this next week and weeks after that. We know for sure. But for today, just go get them.
And that was our Sam linebacker stepping up and making the play. Kobe Calvin, nice to see him seal outside in.
Quarterback takes the snap, shoots it out there, has a man at the 30. He's going to be knocked. He does catch the ball. He's going to be knocked out of bounds at around the 30-yard line. They're going to give him the 29. It's going to be a gain of about 6 on, what was that, 2nd down. So it's going to bring up a 3rd down and around 6. 3rd down and long 6. The ball has to get to around the 36-yard line. That's the line to gain. Quarterback brings him to the line. 2-by-1 set. Check that, 2-by-2. Running back flank to his left. Takes the snap. Looks to throw. Has a man on a go route. And he goes up and grabs the football. That's going to be a completion for the Texas Herd. It's going to be all the way down to the 35-yard line. That's a good catch by that wide receiver right there. And as we were talking earlier, Coach Mike, we were talking earlier about the Texas Herd and what we saw from them last week in that football game that we watched. The thing that stood out was they could throw a go ball and they could get behind you. And that's exactly what we saw on that play. The corner over here was in perfect position. He just got out-athleted for the football.
He's got to go up and bat that down at its highest point. But more importantly, as the free safety, you can't let anybody behind you in that situation. You know, I'd love to see a little bit more pressure develop. I mean, it was a quick developing go route. But, you know, if you got the wheels on the outside, man, now you got to start to adjust the steps, the pattern that you're taking towards the ball. Most importantly, don't let that guy behind you.
Here we go. Quarterback brings him to the line. Wing to the right. 2-by-1 set. Running back flank to the left. To the right. Check that. Quarterback's a big guy. Takes the snap. It's going to be fumbled in the backfield. They're going to bring him down in the backfield. Hold on. He throws the ball. They're going to call it a live ball. I think he did throw it forward. They're going to call it incomplete. As we saw that a whole bunch last weekend when he was under duress, he did get rid of the ball. Sometimes hook shotting it out there. He kind of pushed it forward right here. Let's see if they do throw a flag.
Did he look outside the tackle box to you?
They are going to throw a flag. It kind of did. But he did not get the ball back to the line of scrimmage. So he was outside of the tackle box, but you have to get the football back to the line of scrimmage, and it did not go beyond the line of scrimmage.
It almost looked like he shoved it forward too.
He put it in forward. We saw that from him last week. A big loss, a big play by the Black Gold.
Coach, I see the box at 1st down. Is that a loss of down too?
It should be. It should be 2nd down and 20. Quarterback takes a snap. Going to keep it around the right-hand side. He's going to put his head down and get forward, maybe for a yard gain. It should be 3rd down and 19 coming because that's a loss of down. The ball is spotted where it was, and that should be a loss of down. It should be 3rd down.
Yeah, I don't know if the officials are catching it. It looks like they are. There we
call
go,
it
3rd down.
It's 3rd down now. Absolutely. 3rd down and 19 coming. The line to gain is around the 26-yard line. 3-by-1 set. Here we go. Quarterback brings them to the line. Running back flank to his right. Black Gold needs to make a play right here. Takes the snap. Shoots it out here to the left-hand side. Has a man. Going to put his foot in the ground. Get to the 40 and be brought down around the – let's see. He's going to get down inside of the 40 down to the 39-yard line. It's going to bring up a 4th down and 13 for the Texas Herd. What do you think, Mike?
Well, I think you're in sort of no man's land as far as trying to punt it and pin them. So, look, if the go routes work, you might as well just give it a heave ho and see how it goes. If I were to black gold, I'd be adding a little bit of pressure here. I mean, we saw Kobe fire off the edge last time and break up that play in the backfield. Let's see if Coach Stinson has a little bit of a maneuver up his sleeve for this play.
Here we go. 2-by-1 safe. Wing to the right. Takes a snap. Looks to throw. Has a man out there. He's going to undershoot it. It's going to be knocked down inside of the 15-yard line. He had it in his hands, knocked it down because he did have a man behind everybody. He made a great play. The quarterback could not get a lot onto that football. They had a man in the end zone breaking free, and that corner read the ball right, came up and made a play on it. Should have had him a pick, but he knocks it down. Nevertheless, it's a smart play right there, Mike. Coach Mike, it's a smart play because the youngster knocked the ball down, and now we're going to get the ball all the way up to the 39-yard line.
Yeah, you take a pick in that situation, you're pinning yourself deep if you can't get out of that area. I mean, that's essentially the yard game that you're trying to play. Hopefully that was the thought process as that ball was in the air. But, Praise had a lot of pressure off the edge there. Our defensive end, number 0, literally burst through the gap between the tackle and the guard. He just couldn't get his hands enough on him to wrap up and take him down. But, that was the pressure that I was talking pre-snap, man. I mean, this is the type of time where we want to add a different layer of stress onto the quarterbacks in those situations. So I'm glad to see that these guys are stepping up to that type of situation.
Number 10, our quarterback, Kobe Martin, looks to be back into the football game right now, leading us down. That's crucial right there. The youngster from DeSoto, Texas, the dual threat quarterback that we have, let us down on the first drive. Looked pretty good doing it. Looks like he's got the foot fixed a little bit, and he's back in the ball game. This is going to be big for us.
Amazing. That's such a positive piece right there. I mean, look, let's be honest. The defense has been on the field the majority of the quarter. We had that opening drive that ended at the fumble in the red zone, but since then it's been all defense on the field. The Hurt threw that pick 6, and then they were sort of back out there, moved the ball a little bit on some of those bigger throws. But, for the most part, I'm glad to see that he got a little bit of rest and he's out there again.
Martin brings him to the line. Be overload over here to the right-hand side. Martin takes a snap. Going to hand the ball off around the right-hand side. Samuel's running. And he turns on the speed and then gets knocked out of bounds around the 45-yard line. A big stick again by that free safety coming from center field. My goodness, that's a hitter right there.
Is he running too high, Coach? Wouldn't you like to see him put his shoulder down a little bit, sort of absorb some of those hits?
Pads over feet. I tell my guys all the time, protect yourself. Pads over feet. You really want that forward lean and be running forward, falling forward when you get hit. Deliver the force to them. Here we go. Martin brings them to the line. Takes a snap. Going to have a draw right up the middle, and there's going to be nothing doing. Going to bring up a 3rd down and around 4 at the 45-yard line. That was the first run was a good play. Looks like our advantages are really around the edges, around the tackles. Off tackle is where we're having our advantages. Right in the center, it's hard going for us so far with these 2 draws that we've tried right in the middle of the field. Can't really get a good initial push, it looks like, Coach Mike.
Do they have a big enough presence in the middle that's sort of stuffing that, or you think our timing is just not there quite yet for offense?
It could be both could be true. Both could be true because they do have some big guys that they do put in the middle. One of them looks to be down right now. We did see a couple of big defensive linemen that they had last week, and they were not bad. They were pretty good players. One thing I'm looking at already in this early part of the game, the quarterback for the Texas Herd really looks like a ball player. He showed a little bit last week. Of course, he didn't have a whole lot of time. It was a different, the 8-man game's a different game. It's a lot smaller field. He has a little bit to maneuver with. The kid, he's getting in and out of jail back there and being able to see the ball down the field. We're going to have to keep our eyes on that kid because he's presented a little bit of challenge for us, which that's good. We want to see some challenge.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we saw his arm strength. I mean, I think that's sort of on everybody's radar within the black gold sideline at this point. So we just need to make sure that, we keep him contained in that pocket. I don't know if he has any sense of wheels like Kobe Martin does, but we definitely know that he has the arm strength to move it down the field. So if it's something to sort of contain him with, obviously we have had quite a bit of success in the run stoppage. But if we can contain him in that pocket and then sort of bite outside in on some of those long, deep passes, we might be able to shut down that kind of weapon.
Absolutely. Here we go. Martin brings him to the line, wing to the right. Be a 2-by-2 set. Running back, Samuel, flank to his left. Motion. Takes a snap, going to be bobbling in the backfield and have to fall on it. It's going to be a big loss, and we're going to have to probably punt the football right here. As Coach Blackshear says, we're not going to mess around. We're going to go ahead and put it away.
Winner for the fans.
Yeah, it was just a bad snap, bad exchange from center to quarterback. And again, this is the time to start working out some of those kinks.
Definitely. I mean, we're going to be faced with a tall task going to Fort Worth, Denton, Texas next week. Got to get it all out right now.
So our punter, Clark Rydell, Wisconsin boy, very well decorated college career. Let's see what he can do. For our special teams is going to step up to the task here.
The punt is away. It's a good one. It's going to land around the 10-yard line. It's going to go up into the air. Oh, they're going to fall on it. They're going to handle it inside of their own 20. My goodness, that's not what you do.
Wow.
Anyhow, he did it, and they're going to have a 1st and 10 at their 19-yard line. They got away with one right there, Coach Mike.
Yeah, that's a poison call, right? You want to make sure you get yourself away from that as much as possible, because especially if your back's to the ball, that ball takes a bounce and it can hit you in the back, and then it's live. But overall, good recovery by the receiver team, and I think it was good coverage too. I saw a lot of yellow jerseys in that area.
Getting down there fast on that punt coverage is key. Here we go. The quarterback brings him to the line. Going to be a 3-by-1 set. Running back flank to his left. He's that little guy that we saw last week. He's a playmaker out there. He's pretty shifty. Quarterback takes the snap, shoots it out there. It's going to have a man. Going to be brought down around the 21-yard line. Going to be a gain of about 2 yards. A bubble screen out there, a quick bubble screen. Now the Black Gold has made an adjustment and start pressing up on those guys to take that away.
It's good to see. It's good to see our Sam back. Sort of work that inside out too. Especially with the screen in play on the outside. He was able to recover from that 4-3 position and really make the play out inside out.
That's the end of the first quarter. With your score, the Tall City Black Gold 7, the Texas Herd 0. Coach Mike, what do you think the first quarter of the Tall City Black Gold's inaugural season is in the books? What do you think so far?
Lots of film to work on, that's for sure. But overall, I would say that some of the bigger plays were closed. Right, we saw the interception return for a touchdown. That speaks to where I think we can really make the momentum of this team pushed every single step of this season. You can't judge a season by a quarter. But again, you get some of those irons or those wrinkles ironed out in a game like this, in a quarter like this. Obviously we had the delay at the beginning, butterflies first time on the field for some of these guys, obviously in the Texas area, all right, let's regroup, back to basics, start the second quarter. Let's start making some moves on defense to get that ball back.
Absolutely. Thing I liked about the offense in the first quarter, the offensive line, specifically the edges. The tackles were really good on their blocks. Like I said, again, I don't know how much of it was us or the opponent, but we did get some good push around around the edges. When we did run off tackle, that was where we were having the majority of our success with, Jalen Samuel around the tackles. We did seal the tackles, and we made some really tremendous holes. Um, our passing game, I'd like to see a little bit more of it. Let's see if we can get that going a little bit with Ward and some of these wide receivers. We do have some tremendous playmakers, I've been told, out there on the edges at the wide receiver positions that we want to see. Here we go. The quarterback brings them to the line. Split backfield, 1-by-1 set. 7-0 is the count. Tall City Black Gold on top. Going to be a 2-by-1 set, split backfield. Quarterback takes a snap. The blitz is on. He's going to keep the ball around the left-hand side. Pitches it back. We're going to have flags down as he reverses his field. They're going to be all over him around the 20-yard line. It's going to be maybe a loss of a yard on the play, but we are going to have flags all over the place. Let's see what we get. I think we're going to have a hold.
Holding on the offense, number 76. In-yard penalty will be assessed.
They have a big lineman, Coach Mike, number 76. And when that big guy holds somebody, it's really apparent. You can't get away with that. There's certain things that big guys can get away with in this world. That's not going to be one for him ever. He's so big, that guy kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. And he got caught on that.
Yeah, we always taught, keep the hands inside, right? If you're that big and you have that big of a wingspan, don't give the refs a reason to make that call. I'm trying to figure out if that was a busted play or if that was some sort of an option, sort of gadget play.
Well, that was an option that they should probably never go back to. There we go. Quarterback brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Takes the low snap. Looking to throw. Shoots it out there. And it's going to be completed at the 20. Turns on the speed. At the 30, they're going to bring him down around the 30-yard line. Let's see. Let's call it the 31. He's going to get all the way up to the 31-yard line. It's going to be a first down. Enough for the first down is that they're having some success out there on the edges. Their wide receivers are some playmakers. We've seen them last week. Last week, really, the skill players from the Texas herd was not the problem. The problem was the offensive line. It looks like they've come to Midland with some bigger guys. Quarterback brings them to the line, 2-by-2 set. Takes a snap, looks to throw. Looking, shoots it out there. Has a man, and it's going to be completed at the 40, all the way up to the 42-yard line. It's going to be another first down. A gain of 12 yards on the play. The quarterback is finding the holes in the zone.
Yeah, he's reading that defense pretty hard right now. And, this again goes to some of the experience that they have playing together. They got that timing down. And if we're sitting back in these zones, man, I mean, he's going to pick us apart down the field. We're going to have to make some adjustments defensively here.
Well, look, I'd like to see the blitz come. Shorten the play down, get in his face a little bit. When you let the guy – he's a big guy. When you let him sit back there, and he's not real mobile, but he can make plays, if that makes any sense. Quarterback takes the snap, looks to throw, looking. Going to have to step up. They're going to have him in the backfield, still going forward. He's going to have a gain of about 3 yards. Give him 4 on first down. It's going to bring up a 2nd down and 6 coming for the Texas herd. Going to move the ball all the way up to the 47-yard line. With 12 minutes and 39 seconds left in the first half. 7-0 is the count. Tall City Black Gold on top. Coach Mike, what do you think?
I mean, you called it right as it happened, right? You said he wasn't too mobile. I think we had him in the backfield on that play. Got to complete those tackles. Got to bring him down to the turf. And I think he picked up a couple extra yards just because of that.
Just a big human being, the quarterback is. He is big. He's a big man. There's no doubt about it. Quarterback brings them to the line, 2-by-2 set, operating primarily out of the spread. You got to keep your eyes on the little running back. Takes the snap, looks to throw. Hold on, we're going to have flags down. A delay of game on the Texas Herd. Did we see that last week? We saw it a little bit last week as they had a little bit of trouble getting the play in and out.
Coach, these are the types of plays that kind of shoot you in the foot, right? I mean, you're moving the ball, you're doing some good things, and then you sort of take this little setback, moves you back into a second and long kind of situation. Let's see if they're able to recover from some of those short passes again.
Here we go. Quarterback brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Running back flank to his left. Takes the snap. Looks to throw. Pressure's on. Has a man out there. Shoots it over the top. It's going to be intercepted. Hold on. Oh, it's going to be caught and dropped by both the safety and the wide receiver. A good play out there by that safety, coming over and knocking the ball out of the hands of the intended wide receiver for the Texas Herd at the 30-yard line.
Yeah, I'd like to see him. I'd like to see him try to knock that down more so than go for that pick. Personally, I mean, especially when you're, trying to figure out, some of these patterns, some of these defensive plays. They've clearly shown that they can move the ball down the field on some of these go routes. So you beat that man to that highest point. You just knock it down, man. Get the play back to the line of scrimmage.
I'm telling you what I'm seeing right now on that play. Coaches go back and look at it. The slot was wide open, right in the middle for about a 9-yard gain. It would have been a first down had he caught the football and thrown it to him. Got a little bit of He got a little bit greedy on that throw. He took the outside wide receiver on the deep route, on the go route. But sitting underneath, we're going to have to work on that where our linebackers are just dropping into the voids. We've got to get a little bit deeper because he was wide open, the slot back was.
Who blew that assignment, you think?
I think it was the linebacker. We're sitting there at a 4-3. I think we got to go to a nickel or a dime in that situation, get a little bit more defensive backs on the field because the thing is this team is going to throw the football on us. I mean, we've already watched a quarter in a couple of minutes of the first part of this game, and they're not going to be able to run the ball at all on us. It's apparent that we're going to have to shut down the skill players and the quarterback, and you do that just with more athleticism, in my opinion.
And more pressure, right? We talk about the pressure, shutting down the run, but we got to contain them, and we got to sort of bridge and collapse those pockets from outside in. And, again, if they're going to do these little quick slants, it takes a lot of the blitz game sort of out of the equation because you need those backers to sort of drop back either into the flats or into the hook routes. But that's where you really need to step up if you're a defensive interior or if you're trying to rush from the outside to get those paws up.
Absolutely. Pressure bust pipes.
I mean, overall, Coach, looking at the defensive backs, they've been obviously in the highlights so far. What's your assessment in this 2 seconds before the next play?
Looks like we got a 4-2-5 out there right now. Nickel is what we're playing. 2 inside backers. There we go. The quarterback brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set again. Takes the snap. The rush is on. That's what you called for, Coach Mike, and we're going to have a flag, and I believe it might be a face mask as we took him a little bit too high, I believe.
Yeah, the safety came off the edge, and, he took that blocker from the backfield, which opened up the inside lane for the rushers on the edge, and they beat the quarterback to the spot. But you can't rough the quarterback like that. You can't hit him that high anymore in any league. So we gotta pay attention to those types of fundamentals, man, because you just erased a monster play off the board and you give them another shot and first down.
My goodness, we cannot shoot ourselves in the foot right there. That's a first down for the Texas Herd. It's going to move the ball all the way down to our 43-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Herd, operating primarily out of the 2-by-2 spread look. The quarterback is a big guy. He's kind of talented. There's no doubt. Their offensive line is where we got to attack. I believe that's their weak spot. Takes the snap, shoots it out there on a quick hook. He has a man at the 30. Still on his feet, inside of the 30, all the way down, inside of the 20, given the line. It's going to be another first down for the Herd, a gain of 14 on the play.
Yeah, the safety safety came up, bid on it. I mean, it was just a really good executed play, well-executed play. I'm liking some of the pressure, or at least some of the rush that I'm seeing on the edges. We got to start, getting some of that pressure up the middle. You keep referencing the O-line. We gotta start putting them to the test. As we get deeper into this game too, conditioning has to sort of factor in as well. I mean, again, these guys didn't start all but 10 days ago or so. So we gotta take advantage of some of those bigger plays when we can, and stop with the penalties.
Here we go. Quarterback brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. The blitz is on. Takes a snap. Looks to throw. Oh, they're going to blow it dead. Let's see what we have. It's going to be another pre-snap penalty. I believe it's on
that.
It surely did. The corner blitz, the slot blitz out of this left-hand side. It was our nickel backer that's playing this outside slot. Down here to the bottom of the field. He lined up to blitz, and when he did, that offensive line got a little bit antsy. Going to bring up a 1st and 15 for the Herd, moving the ball all the way down to our 31-yard line. Quarterback brings them to the line, 2-by-2 set. Running back flank to his right. Quarterback takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there, has a man. It's going to be completed at the 25-yard line. He's going to be taken down after a little move. Give him about 4 yards on the play. Call it 5, and it's going to bring up a 2nd down and 10. 9:40 left in the first half. 7-0 is the count. Tall City Black Gold on top.
I like seeing that open field tackle on the corner right there.
A great tackle. He was trying to spin out, make a move, and go score. And that far cornerback, did you get his number?
I didn't, but I believe it might have been Kobe Calvin, actually.
Kobe Calvin.
If he was lined up on one of those outside guys.
Quarterback takes the snap, looks to throw. He's going to tuck it and run around the right. No, he has a man, and he throws it in double cover. It's going to be picked off again. Going to be intercepted by the Tall City Black Gold. The safety making a tremendous play again. The quarterback got greedy. He got greedy, Coach Mike, and he threw it up for grabs. Double coverage right over the middle. Should not have thrown that football, but nevertheless, a great play by our defensive back. Which one is number 13?
Yeah, it's Tyrell Thomas.
Tyrell Thomas, number 13, Tyrell Thomas, our strong safety with the big.
Well, Coach, I mean, that's sort of everything we've been chatting about here, right? You get pressure on him, you get him out of his comfort zone, start pushing him out of the pocket. He tries to throw a ball 30 yards down the field on the run, throws a little bit behind the receiver, and, I think our DBs are starting to get the message. We don't want anybody behind us. So any errored throw like that, man, it's right on their lap.
Absolutely. Martin brings him to the line, 2-by-2 set, wing to the left, takes a snap, pitches it out to Samuel. Samuel puts the foot in the ground, jumps over the pile, and he's going to be taken down after a yard gain. Going to move the ball up to the 22-yard line, give him 2, bringing up a 2nd down and 8. 8:44 left and counting in the first half. Tall City Black Gold, 7. The Texas Herd, 0. Samuel has been the bell cow, and that offensive line has been moving him. Quarterback brings them to the line. It's still going to be a 2-by-2 set. Going into a 3-by-1. Ward takes a snap, looks to throw, still looking, shoots it out there, has a man, it's going to be completed. Going to have a flag down. Let's see what we have on the call. They might get us on this play, Coach Mike. They might get
offensive?
us for I think so, yes, and it's going to be an offensive pass interference on us, shooting ourselves in the foot.
Yeah, that was Zatarius Anderson. He is a big receiver. Very big presence out there. I expect very good things from him this year. He's very physical too, as we just saw a little too early on that, trying to fight for position on that pass. But I mean, overall, minus the penalty, of course, I like the attempt from Kobe over to Anderson on that play. I think we're going to see a lot of that this season.
A really good pass by Martin. A good pass. just giving him an opportunity to catch the football. Martin brings him to the line. 3-by-1. Takes a snap. Looks to throw. Looking. Verts all the way down the middle. It's going to be picked off. Going to be intercepted and returned inside of the 30 down to the 26-yard line. My goodness.
That one I put on Kobe for that one. He had all day back there. That was a hell of a job by the offensive line. I don't know if it was just a cross up in the route or if they were just sitting in zone and the safety saw it and bit. But I would say that one's on Kobe. He's got to review the film on that and see what the safety does.
I know what the safety did. He stayed in the middle of the field, so the read would have been right. It had to be one-on-one on the outside with our big receiver, Zadarius, and we threw it right down the middle of the field where double coverage was, right where the help was. There were 4 verticals. There was 4 verts on that play. We threw it right down the middle. Whenever you do that, that's what you get.
Yep.
There we go. Quarterback brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. The running back's flanked to his right. You got to keep an eye on that little guy. He can go. The blitz is on again. Quarterback takes a snap, shoots it. No, they're going to have him in the backfield and take him down for a big loss. Oh, no, he's still on the move. How did he get out of that? My goodness.
Looked like the ball came out and the running back picked it up. I love the pressure, though. The pressure is, that's really picked up since we started chatting about it. So, somebody has a crystal ball up here.
Well, coach, the defensive coach, our defensive coordinator is bringing the pressure because that quarterback has tossed it away to us on when he does. He makes mistakes. He's done it twice. He's really not good under pressure. And the coach is really taking note. He's bringing the heat as he should.
He's doing a lot of disguised blitzes from the outside, late ones from either the safety or the corners. I'm liking some of these defensive strategies.
We're gonna have a timeout.
Thought I saw some laundry come in.
Another delay of game on the herd. Guys shooting themselves in the foot again. 2nd down and 17 coming for the herd. 6:41 left in the first half. 7-0 is the count. 2-by-2 set. Quarterback brings him to the line. Takes a snap. The rush is on. He's going to have to tuck it. They have him in the backfield. He gets out of trouble. Still have him again, and they're going to take him down for a big loss. Do you have the numbers on those guys?
Yes, sir. That initial pressure was put on by Josh King Bradley off the edge. And then I think it was Jonathan Kajigal that just ultimately brought him down. But, Coach, again, great play, amazing. Love to see the pressure, love to see it. I want to see these guys finish tackles. They're not bringing them down on those first hits. And we've seen a couple times where you give them 2-3 shots, they'll hurt you somewhere, man, either gunning it down the field or, just having a stroke of luck where a running back picks up one of those fumbles. But we got to finish those tackles, man.
Absolutely. 2-by-2 set. Quarterback brings him to the line. Watch the 4 verticals on this play. Takes the snap. Looks to throw. Shoots it deep. Has a man. It's going to be No, it's almost picked off at the 10-yard line. It's going to be incomplete. Going to bring up a 4th down and forever. And I think on this play, you're going to see the Texas herd kick it away. 5:32 left in the first half. 7-0 is the count. Tall City Black Gold on top.
I like the coverage on that, Coach. What do you think?
He stayed back. He stayed disciplined. He stayed back. I think they were playing quarters defense on that play, and he stayed back. So that's what you want to see.
Once again, didn't let him behind him. Got the memo.
You cannot do it. They're going to have to take a timeout or face another delay of game. Down to 2. Oh, they take the snap. They get it off. The kick is away. It's going to come down bounding at the 20. And the return is on from there to the 25, the 30, the 40. Still on his feet at the 50. Needs a block and does not get one. But he's going to be taken down inside of Texas herd territory at the 45-yard line.
Good return. That was Caleb Joliet.
Tremendous.
Didn't get much info on who would be the kick returners. I think he's auditioning himself to be that guy right now.
Absolutely.
And that was a low kick, huh?
Low bounding, hard to handle kick, and he took it with supreme confidence on the run. That allowed him to get up to the 45-yard line of the herd. Tremendous confidence on, being able to play that ball on the move. Good skill by that youngster.
Coach, I love that defensive set. I mean, obviously we made some mistakes. Penalties hurt us, but I think we had a pretty consistent line of pressure. D-backs stepped up when they needed to, and the ball was in the air. They didn't let the guys behind them like they did in the first quarter. And I like this sort of getting the ball right back into Martin's hands, trying to make up for that interception that he threw before halftime. Let's see if they can come through and punch another one in here.
I think the thing that stands out to me is they have a clean sheet, and they want to keep it. Defenses always want to have that and they're going to try hard to sustain that. They've done a tremendous job. They're the reason that the Tall City Black Gold's not behind in the football game.
Absolutely. The way that the offense has sort of juggled the ball a little bit, a little carelessly, both with the running back and a couple interceptions, or the interception, definitely defense is keeping us in this game and on the scoreboard.
Martin brings them to the line. 3-by-1 set. Takes a low snap. They're going to have him in the backfield, have to fall on the football, and it's going to be a big loss of around 11 yards on the play. That snap has been a little bit of a adventure for us tonight.
Yeah, those are things that when you get to the sideline, you're working with your quarterback while the defense is on the field for sure.
You just can't have it. Got to get that snap up. It's been low snaps that have been the problem. Big loss on the play. 2nd down and 22 coming for the Tall City Black Gold. Martin brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Samuel flanked to his left. Martin takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there, has a man. It's going to be completed, but not from much yardage. It's going to have.
They dropped it, Coach.
Oh, he did. It's in and out of his hands. Oh, my Lord. You got to catch that. 3rd down and 22. Coming for the Black Gold. Got to get Martin going. Got to get the quarterback going. We're going to be faced with situations like this in the league, and he's got to get going. Brings them to the line, 2-by-2 set. Martin takes the snap, looks to throw, looking, shoots it out there. Has the man. It's going to be completed at the 40. Spins and tries to get the first down. He's going to be real close to the first down. It's going to be brought down inside of the 40, down to the 39. Going to bring up a 4th down and very manageable. 4th and 3 coming for the Black Gold on a stop right out there. Just really wasn't looking too comfortable for Kobe. But he settled down and made a really good throw out there, Coach Mike.
I love seeing him go back to the receiver that just dropped the ball. Again, we talk about fundamentals, basics, and this being a dress rehearsal. We need the quarterback to show that faith with the receivers, and they comes right back to him for a decent-sized gain after that drop pass in the flat.
A really good route by the receiver, as it was a deep stop route. And, he drove like it was going to be a go route. He created the natural separation that the cornerback didn't want to let him behind him. And he stopped. And I'll tell you one thing, Martin put that ball where it needed to be on time. Would have been a little bit later, it would have gotten knocked down by that corner, because he did make a play immediately when he caught the football. A good play by that wide receiver to run him off, and a good throw by Kobe Martin.
And I love the time he had in the pocket too. The O-line really stepped up. He had all day again. And, if you're going to give him that kind of time, Kobe's got to he's got to develop those timing, components with his receivers to be able to hit them at the right point in the route.
The Tall City Black Gold is going to line up for a field goal. 4th down and 3. Going to be a field goal attempt of around
54.
54 yards. Going to take the snap. The boot is away, and it's going to be good. No good. Just off to the side. My goodness, had enough distance. He had enough distance on the kick, and it was just wide. Let's see. See the replay. That's
First and 10.
If it was wide, Coach, it wasn't wide by much, but it definitely had the distance. And I correct myself, it was a 57-yard attempt. Eddie's got the leg, for sure. I mean, he booted that all the way up the grassy knoll there.
that looked good to me. I guess he missed it just by a hair.
Well, we're going to call on our defense once again to make a big stop before halftime. I mean, we'd love to go into the locker room with the lead at this point.
3 minutes and 2 seconds left in the first half. 7-0 is the count. The black gold on top. Quarterback brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set for the herd. The blitz is on. The quarterback takes the snap, shoots it out to the left-hand side. It's going to be completed and out of bounds after about a gain of 5 yards on first down. It's a stopper out timing pattern. It was executed perfectly.
Yeah, considering he threw against the blitz, right? So, I mean, typically you want to throw into the blitz at that point because that's where they have less guys. But, you know, what I love seeing is Kobe Calvin, our Sam, all over the field, man. I've seen him involved in so many plays in this first half. And if that's a good sign, and that's a hell of a sign for a 4-3 defense.
Tremendous. Quarterback brings him to the line. Empty formation. No, he has the running back flank to his left. Takes the snap. The blitz is on again. He's going to have a man out there. He does not get rid of it. He's going to be brought down for a big loss. A loss of about 6 yards on the play. Going to bring up a 3rd down and 12. Let's see who was that on the sack. That was a good play by that defensive end. Let's see. No. We're going to have a defensive tackle. All right. Defensive tackle made that stop.
All right.
Jaden Gray was in on that too, our end. So, I mean, he might have been playing on the inside on that play. But, again, you know,
That's
seeing
who
the
it was.
defense step
Defense
up
been on
like
the
this.
right-hand side. Absolutely. Big 3rd down coming for the herd. Going to be a timeout on the play. The black gold's going to take a timeout. Try to preserve some time and go down there and score. Punch one in. 7-0 is the count. It's going to be the 2-minute warning. Check that. No timeout. It's going to be the 2-minute warning.
Welcome to Tall City Black Gold Home Opening.
Oh, we have an exciting halftime show prepped. We have the MRD kids from Bonham, Pease, and General Franks local elementary schools going to get to play on the big stage here under the night lights of on Saturday night, like in here in Midland. Exciting time for those kids.
7-0 is the count. We're back with you. The Texas herd facing a 3rd down and let's call it 11. Big stop right here coming for the black gold. Try to get the ball back and score right before half. Blitz is coming again. Takes the snap. The pressure's on. It's going to step up in the pocket. It's going to be brought down by the – oh, he fumbled the football. The ball is out, and it's going to be recovered inside of the 25-yard line of the herd. Going to be a big loss right there for the herd.
Coach, I think Coach Stinson found something here, man. I mean, they're bringing pressure every single play. They're putting the herd back on their heels, and they're trying to make them make a big play like they did in the first quarter.
But here's the key thing. They are bringing pressure every play, but it's coming from different sides all the time. One it'll be from the inside linebackers on the left-hand side, the right-hand side, the corner blitz, the slot blitz. He's bringing it from all directions. And when you give multiple looks over and over again, they don't know where it's going to come from. It speeds them up because they're trying to get the ball out quick, but they don't know where to go because it's coming from different directions. There we go. And it's brilliant. It's a great job by our defensive coordinator. This is real football, folks.
Is that another delay of game?
It's another one for the Texas Herd.
They're just not getting the plays in on time?
That's what it is. Just taking a little bit too long when they get up there to get settled. You know, they're kind of rattled. That whole offensive line is a little rattled by looking at all the pressure that's coming. It's coming from all over the place.
I love it. This is an offense needing to prep for a defense strategy. I love what Coach Simpson's putting together here.
The snap is back. The kick is away. It's going to be going right off of his foot, right off the side of his foot. He shanked it. That's going to be a tremendous break right there for the Black Gold as they try to score. They got 48 seconds left and 3 timeouts to work with. 7-0. You would like to get one in right here before half.
Absolutely, Coach. I mean, we know Eddie's got the leg. Godina's got the leg to at least give us 3 in a situation like this. But a statement with this amount of time left, punching it in, this is going to be what really makes or breaks these types of situations, man. We need the inside the 2-minute scoring metric to be on our favor with this. Defense has really stepped up and did its job when we needed him in the first half, I should say. Offense, it's time to move the ball and put one in here.
Martin takes a snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there, has a man on the quick slant. It's going to be dropped. It is. In and out of his hands at the 20-yard line. Going to bring up a 2nd and 10. 44 seconds left in the first half. 7-0 is the count. Tall City on top. Now, they do have 3 timeouts to work with, so they can still work the middle of the field. That's not a problem. The problem is executing. We need to get better at executing, and it needs to happen right now. Martin brings them
to the ball, too.
Absolutely. 2-by-2 set. Going to have movement. And I believe it's going to be on the Black Gold. It's going to be on us. And it sure is. It's going to move the ball back to our 34-yard line.
Yeah, these are the types of things, Coach. Under a minute to go, you have an opportunity, and you're moving backwards.
2nd down and 15. Martin brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Samuel flanked to his left. Martin takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there. Throws a jump ball, and it's going to be picked off.
Ooh.
It's going to be picked off inside of our 10-yard line at our 5. Now, that's something I definitely would not do. There's no doubt about it. But I'll tell you one thing. As good as our defense has been playing, as good as the blitz has been, this might be our best chance to score right here, Coach Mike. I'm not lying to you. Our blitz has been – it's got them all in a frenzy right now. And we might be looking at another defensive touchdown. We got them pinned all the way back to their 5. We know that they're antsy. Can we get another one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost curious, if I were the coaching staff of the Herd, would you just kneel this out and sort of regroup at halftime with some of those blocking schemes, knowing that you've moved backwards more than forwards on your last few offensive possessions? But, I don't like the call offensively. I think Martin threw it up. There was definitely a miscommunication with the receiver, led to the pick. But, you're not going to get away with that in a league like this. That's for sure.
No, you're definitely right. But here's the deal. They got 3 timeouts, so you can't kneel it out. We have 3 timeouts left, so they gotta run some plays. It's going to be a penalty on the Herd, move it all the way down to the 2.5-yard line. 36 seconds left in the first half. We have the pressure on them right here, Coach Mike, to force their hand. 7-0 is the count. defense is responsible for the only 7 we have tonight.
Yeah, our defense has definitely been the momentum shifter and the momentum maker throughout this entire first half.
Takes the snap, going to head right up the middle, going to have him at the goal line and drop him around the 1. They're going to give him the 2-yard line. Timeout. Timeout, guys. No timeout. Did we call a timeout? Because it's going to bring up a 2nd down and forever. No timeout. So they're just going to let the play clock run all the way down, the game clock, to halftime. That's going to be the final play of the first half. With your score, the Tall City Black Gold 7, the Texas Herd 0. It's going to be the end of the first half. Coach Mike, what do you think about the whole – hold on. Before we get into the whole recap of the first half, what do you think about that situation right there? How would you have managed that situation with your defense on fire, with them can't get a yard, and your defense responsible for the only points you have in the first half? How would you have played that with 3 timeouts?
I think that's definitely on the coaches. You got to understand the situation where they're pinned. Even if they were to try to punt it, Coach, I'm with you. I think we score in a scenario like that. He shanked one for 10 yards on the last punt attempt, and now he's got the end zone to deal with as well. It's a fundamental and a basics type of game for players and for coaches. I think, when they revisit this on film and they just sort of understand how much pressure they were sort of applying, they would agree wholeheartedly with your assessment. They missed an opportunity there. Even if you force their hand into just running the ball, I mean, you're swarming at every level from every direction. You could possibly strip it right there and lead to a quick 6 heading into halftime.
Absolutely. Totally with you. I think that was the silver lining of our football team in the first half was that defense. They were ferocious. Took the ball away from them multiple times throughout the first half. You got them pinned down inside of their own 2-yard line. You have 3 timeouts, and you have essentially 30 seconds left. You got to play it out. You got to make them make a play. That's just my call for it. Hindsight's 20/20. But I think right there is our major advantage right there to play that out, to make them play it out.
Absolutely, Coach. I'm with you 100%. But all right, we didn't really get much on in the regard of, I guess, something to write home about offensively. Are there any positive takeaways that they can talk about in the locker room that they saw worked? I know you've been stressing the outside running game. They really haven't pushed that. They've really tried to go somewhat aerial on those last couple drives. And, even that last decent-sized run that we saw Samuel pull off, he did cut it back inside. Do you think they see some of those same gaps on the outside the tackle, towards the sidelines areas that you do?
I think that's going to have to be the game plan going forward for the rest of this game, is to run the ball and to do it off tackle, because that's really the only advantage we've had in the game so far. I'm looking at the weather. Right now we have a little bit of rain in the area still, and it's drizzling a little bit out here. So anybody that knows about the passing game, that's not conducive to throwing the ball real well, the moisture. So maybe just take the air out of the ball, lean on that big, strong, offensive line, and let the running backs just take us home. That's what I'm seeing right now, because passing wise, it's just really not in sync yet. We got to get it in. We got to get in the lab. We got to get to practice, and we got to get a little bit more in sync. I know for a fact the coaches are being very vanilla out here tonight, very vanilla, because there's the Fort Worth Braves are sitting right there watching the game. They're probably watching the live YouTube as we're on it right now. So it's not really smart for Coach Blackshear and company to be showing their full hand. Having said that, we still have to work. right? We still got to get in sync. We still got to be able to execute. And it's just been tough going for us here in the first half.
Yeah, I'm with you, Coach. I mean, it's not really about showcasing the hand. It's really about the basics, man. And you got to protect the football offensively. And I think we've seen way too many miscommunications and just, sort of not being able to secure that ball when we needed it to. Take the first drive. I mean, bringing it all the way back to the first quarter. We're moving the ball very well. And then, running back again, running a little too high for inside the tackles. He ends up coughing it up in the red zone. Again, I want to go back to the basics, the fundamentals. Let's put some of the building blocks in place in order to ensure that as we move into the third quarter, the rest of this game, that's really our focus. We want to make sure that, we're not tipping our hand. We're not showing them anything that we don't want to show them, but we know that the fundamentals and the basics are really what our priorities are heading into the third quarter and the rest of this game.
I'm looking at both teams right now. I'm looking at the Texas Herd side of things, and what they're probably saying in the locker room is, look, this game is 7-0. Last week we were in Odessa, Texas at the Ector County Coliseum, and at halftime of that football game, it was 52-0, 52-6.
Wow.
Or that was the count. So they didn't have a chance in the football game. They're feeling good about themselves because they come all the way from Longview back over here, and it's a situation where they're not getting blown out. And I'm telling you, is when this kickoff happened, we went right down the field on them all the way to around the 5-yard line before we threw the pick, and it looked like it was going to be 100-0 at halftime. That has not happened. Our offense is, having difficulties out here executing, but the Texas Herd is not feeling bad about themselves. But I'm telling you right now, our defense, the defensive coordinator, how he's bringing the blitz packages from all the different angles, it's got the Texas Herd worried because early in the football game, we weren't bringing any pressure, and you were calling to dial up pressure. Ever since then, our coaches must have heard you because they are dialing up pressure on every play, and it's really, really been to the detriment of the Texas Herd.
Absolutely, and I love the game plan. To your point, though, Coach, I mean, how much of a hand defensively do you want to show, right? I mean, I love the mindset, and if we're going to have a defensive-led team at least through the beginning phase of this season, we're going to have offenses start preparing for these maneuvers and these gadgets that we're running defensively. And, I love to see it. I love to see him get the guys a little bit excited to see that pressure sort of work into those down for losses, those sacks, those potential turnovers. Again, if I'm Coach Stinson in the coach's room throughout the week, I'm looking at the end of that first half, just like you had pointed out, and I'm saying, Coach, our defense is running the show right now. You got to give us an opportunity, call timeouts in that situation. Let us at least get you the ball back around the 30 so that we saw Eddie's leg throughout the first half. He missed a field goal, but it definitely had the leg to capitalize on a 58-yarder. Give him a chance, man. I mean, you get that ball back, who knows what could happen. You might walk out of here with a double-digit lead. Instead, it's just they let the ball, they let the clock wind down, and again, all this sort of comes around full circle to the team effort, right? Coaches, players. But I'm with you. The defense has really impressed me to this point. We talked about it pregame. They are going to be physical. They are going to, turn people's heads as far as the way that they fly to the ball. I love seeing Kobe in most of those plays. Kobe Calvin, our Sam back, he's been sort of all over the field. I'm getting a little Troy Polamalu vibe out of him, playing that sort of stronger, sort of all over the place type of player. But I'd love to see that consistency as the season unfolds too.
Absolutely. Right now, we have the man, the myth, the legend, just walk into the press box, the owner of the Tall City Black Gold, Mr. John Norman.
How y'all doing?
Mr. Norman, it is an absolute pleasure, sir. We've been dissecting everything that we've been seeing here in the first half. I mean, first of all, before we get to anything relative to the game, why don't you tell us a little bit about, just what it means to you to see all this unfolding in front of your face here?
Oh man, it's amazing, man. I'm just I'm elated, man. Gotta give big props to my team, man. We been including you guys. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, I think I've seen 3 plays of the whole entire game. It's just been about 3 plays I've watched because I've been running around a lot here in the stadium.
Well, I mean, we're seeing a lot of amazing things happen along the sidelines. I mean, we were sort of breaking down some of the plays and some of the coaching decisions sort of at the end of that first half there. But now we got the MRD kids on the field. Obviously, this is a lot to do with everything that's being built from the youth football level in the Midland area. What do you have to say about that? Just seeing all these kids in the stands and, sort of their support of the Tall City Black Gold here on game 1.
Yeah, man, it's amazing, man. We started that MRD program this year. It was his first year of inception, and we had about 500 kids out there, football players and cheerleaders and all of that, and they've been playing 7-on-7 flag football, and it's been great, man, to hear the feedback from the parents. A lot of these kids, normally wouldn't have had a chance to play, but we were afforded a great opportunity by the Scarborough Foundation, who gave us a huge grant, which allowed these kids to get out there and play for only $25.
Wow. Well,
yeah.
You and I, you, me, and I guess MC Coach A, we run a podcast called the Power 5 Proverbs podcast. And the opening sentiment on that podcast, on every episode, right before we get into the prayer, is the focus on youth sports to the pros. And it's really an accumulation of the entire infrastructure that's being displayed on the field tonight. We have youth sports participating at halftime. They had their inaugural season this year, which was monumental successful. And now, in the middle of a professional football team that you brought to your hometown, I mean, do you ever, I know you've been running around today, it's a busy day, but do you just take 2 seconds and sort of take it in?
Yeah, man. I probably will today. You know what I'm saying? It's it's a lot of things that we got going on, man. And I like to be, I like to be involved in it. But again, I couldn't do this without the team that I have. You know what I'm saying? It's just, it's the first year. So, it's a lot of tweaks that we got to make or whatnot. And so, I was just trying to make sure we putting on a good show, for the people, and just continuing to get better and better, But it's amazing, man. I'm just so grateful that I'm in this position to be able to do this, from youth sports to the pros.
That's right.
It's kind of funny when you bring that up. I never thought about it, but that's really what this is, from youth sports to the pros. So we got some pro athletes out here, and we're trying to give them an opportunity, kind of like myself, when I was cut from the Philadelphia Eagles, I didn't have many opportunities to go after that. I played some arena football and things of that nature. And, we got some of these guys that's doing the same thing. And so we're just trying to give them another platform to get out here and get some film on themselves and, stay in shape throughout the summer, and hopefully somebody can get a call up to the NFL in the fall.
Yeah, so I mean, you say you haven't been able to watch any of the game, and I'm sure you'll watch some of the broadcast replays and things like that a little bit later on tonight and do your full assessment. But what are the positive signs that you've seen out of the team, out of the coaching staff, out of the fans, out of everything that you're seeing at the stadium? Like, what are some of the things that you're just like, this is working right, and this is the culture that I wanted to bring back to Midland?
Yeah, man. Well, I'll tell you one thing that I did. They called me down to the field before the game started. I guess we had a group down there. We're gonna have to find a name for those guys, man. It was guys and girls. It was quite a few of them down there. They were some fanatics, some real fans, and they had been yelling out there and talking noise to the other team and everything when they came out there. So, that was kind of cool to watch. And yeah, they called me down there. I had to meet those guys, man, because we wouldn't be able to do this without them. You know what I'm saying? And so we try to put on a good show for the fans, and we're very appreciative of everyone who came out, and just hope we can get, continue to grow and get bigger.
That it definitely will. I mean, you're giving people only a taste of what to expect. And then, of course, the season kicks off next week on the road in Fort Worth. And, we were talking earlier as far as, just the level of talent that this league is going to produce is exactly what you had mentioned. It's an opportunity for these guys to get more playing time, get more film reps. And, in such a short season, we're talking about basically a month and a half. Every snap counts, right? You need to be able to showcase your abilities in a very short window in order to get those film highlights. First of all, are you going to be making the trip with the team next week? And what do you expect them to produce, officially opening the season on the road, hopefully bringing back a W back to Midland for the official home opener?
Absolutely, yes. I will be traveling, not with the team, but I'll be going down there to be with the team. Yeah, man, I'm just looking forward to kind of locking down our roster. We this is professional sports, so we got some other guys that we've been looking at that'll be coming in, and so we got to cut this roster down. And so it's going to be the moment of truth. So hopefully these guys can get out here and improve themselves tonight, and then we'll see what we got going into Fort Worth.
Amazing. John Norman, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on all of the success thus far. You really are starting something very special, or continuing to expand on what you've already started in the Midland area. And you've really brought a shining light on a Saturday night in an area that was very thirsty for this type of football. So I thank you so much for joining us here at halftime. I hope you get a chance to enjoy some of that second half, because our defense was all over the field, man. We were really making some waves defensively. So I know you would have been proud as a defensive Texas high school Hall of Famer yourself. So hopefully you take a couple seconds and you enjoy it.
Yeah, man, that's good to hear, man, because I did, being at practices every morning, I did think, and that's always the case anyway. I've been doing this a long time, and at any level, the defense is always going to be ahead of the offense. You know what I'm saying? Because you're flying around, you attacking, you just, don't have to think a lot, when you're on the offense and got to learn the plays and all of that type of stuff, especially with the short window that we have. And then too, we don't want to give everybody everything. You know what I'm saying? We want to, keep it simple. You know what I'm saying? And then we can open it up later on when we get into the regular season.
Yeah.
So that's good to hear.
Fundamentals has been the theme of our little broadcast here. We got to stick with the fundamentals. We got to secure the football, and we got to keep putting pressure on guys defensively. And I think that we've been pretty solid at that so far. So. John Norman, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations to both you and your wife, Denise, on such an amazing accomplishment and all the smiles that you're putting on the faces here in the stands.
Man, I appreciate it, man. And thank you guys, man. Thank you guys. My broadcast team, man, y'all doing an excellent job. Been seeing the chats, and they blowing it up. So thank you, Mike and Rob.
Appreciate the councilman, John Norman, the owner of the Tall City Black Gold. We have another half of football coming your way in 3 minutes. Coach Mike.
Yes, sir.
The opening kickoff will be received by the Texas Herd. The first half was nip and tuck with that offense and defense from the Texas Herd and our defense for the Black Gold. I surmise that might be the difference in the ball game going in the second half. Will our defense continue to do what they did in the latter part of midway through the second quarter to closing the half, pretty much shutting the door on the Texas Herd? Or will that passing game of the Texas Herd be able to adjust to the blitzing style of our defensive coordinator and be able to execute? To me, that's the tell of the
the rest of the second half of this football game, it's our defense against their
100%, Coach. And I think that we haven't seen our offense prove otherwise yet to give them any sort of validation on how they would be able to shift the momentum in the second half, or at least keep it on our side. But I mean, if I were the Herd coaching staff, knowing all the pressure that's coming in, I would almost try to shorten my passing game. I would work in some screens. I would work, they worked that bubble screen that had a little bit of success. Again, our Sam Backer, sort of filled that outside, inside out on that play. But, the way you beat the blitz is that you run these shorter screens, but the timing has to be there. And, again, one of the things that I'm just loving what I'm seeing out of Coach Stinson's game plan defensively, he's doing the same thing that's working and daring them to try to stop it. And if the Herd don't have an answer, the defense, once again, is going to set the table as this game plays out. But, offensively, shifting onto the other side of the ball here, we got to see some positive movement here. Whether that's, to your point, running the ball outside, maybe even shortening up some of those passes. He definitely has time in the pocket. Let those routes develop across the middle of the field, and let's put that 76% accuracy to the test with what Kobe Martin can showcase. I'd also, I don't know how much of an injury the impact was in the first quarter with him going out for that drive, but I would almost like to see some movement and some sort of plays where it gets him outside the pocket and gets the blood in his legs moving a little bit. I'd like to see some of the wheels that he can offer as well. Obviously, taking into consideration the fact that you don't want him to get hurt again. But I would just like to see some more positivity on the offensive side. One of the good takeaways is that if the offense does stall somewhere within the I guess let's just call it our side of the field, we have a pretty significant confidence level of our kicking capabilities. And that's a very positive sign, especially as we start heading into, the continental shift rules heading into the fourth quarter. Kicking I think is going to play such a massive component throughout the season once that clock hits fourth quarter. And if we have two guys that can either A, boot it a mile, or B, hit from field goals in the 50-plus yard range, I mean, we are going to be a very dangerous team in the fourth quarter if we can stay in the opponent's side of the field.
The kicking game, it might come down to it. We have a really good quarterback, and the punter. Our punter is pretty good too. So don't forget about the Rouge and the Los Dos when it comes into the continental shift of the fourth quarter. That's going to have a big deal, a big part of the game the rest of the way. Now, I will say this. I do expect us to come out fairly quickly and jump on these guys and get another touchdown on the board. I know they're receiving the second half kickoff, but I do expect our defense to slam the door on them and get that offense on the field and pretty much put some separation between the two teams. I do think we're more talented. We have a deeper roster. We have a better coaching staff. We have a better kicking game, and I think we should take advantage of that. Here we go. The kicker tees it up, boots it away. It's going to come down around the 5-yard line. He's going to have to get onto that. He does at the 5. The return is on to the 10, puts a foot in the ground, and he's going to fall down inside of the 15-yard line. They're going to throw a flag. They're going to throw a flag for a late hit.
He lost that ball, though.
He did. He lost the ball, but he got on top of it, and I think he went down with the ball. The referee threw a flag, and I don't know if he's going to pick it up and just wave it off.
I don't see a penalty there.
No, the white hat threw the flag. Let's see what it calls. I don't think he's going to call the flag on us.
Yeah, I didn't see a penalty on that play unless I didn't see it properly in the camera angle here, but I mean, that looked like a full-blown fumble, which made it a live ball. I'm not sure what you can call on a penalty for that.
Well, that's why he picked up the flag, I believe. I believe that's why he picked up the flag, because he didn't see that he fumbled the football. See, they are going to talk about it. They're coming together and talking about it right there. But because he fumbled the football, it wasn't a late hit.
Correct. Yeah, well, I mean, look, you predicted this to the T, Coach. I mean, go down, be physical, cause a play to, create a turnover, and now you literally give your offense the opportunity that we were just discussing. We got to punch this in.
Hold on, that's our ball. We got on top of the football. So they did call it our way. Here we go. Martin brings them to the line, wing to the right, 2-by-1 set. Kobe takes a snap, going to hand the ball off to Samuel around the right side. They're going to have him at the line of scrimmage. A good play right there by one of their inside backers. Got loose and stopped Samuel right at the line of scrimmage as he was turning the corner. Going to bring up 2nd down and 10. No gain on the play.
I think that was actually Trey Coleman who ran that ball.
Trey Coleman is in the game now. Let's see.
Defensive player.
Okay, let's see who's back there. Number 2. That's number 2, right?
I think it's 5, actually.
Number 5. Martin takes a snap, going to hand the ball off right up the middle to the big running back, puts his head down, still moving forward. The pile is still moving, and it's going to be brought down around the 10-yard line.
That's the power football running game that we need in between the tackles.
Absolutely. The ball is going to be spotted around the 13, call it the 12. Going to bring up a 3rd down and 8. The line to gain is around the 5-yard line for a 1st down. 13:40 left in the 3rd quarter. 7-0 is the count. Tall City trying to put one in. Martin brings them to the line. Wing to the right. 2-by-1 set. Pistol formation. Running back shifts to the left of Martin. Motion. Kobe takes a snap, going to pitch it out to the left-hand side. They have him in the backfield. He breaks the tackle, still moving inside of the 5. That's going to set up a 1st and goal for the Black Gold. Going to mark it at the 4-yard line. A really good run right there by that running back as he just broke a lot of tackles. That's what you want to see right there. Who is that right there, Mike? Coach Mike?
Yeah, that's that? I mean, on my roster sheet, I have Trey Coleman. He's actually listed as a linebacker. So, maybe that's one of those defensive or those adjustments that they made at halftime. Let's get a little bit more weight in our running game, and let's see if we can pound it up the middle.
Well, I think Coach wants to see a north and south running back. Martin takes a snap, going to hand the ball off. They have him in the backfield, makes a move to get back to the line of scrimmage. A good move by the running back because he was faced with a 4-yard loss. Has a 1-yard loss on the play. It's going to bring up 2nd down and goal from the 6. A good play by the back. He got in and out of jail in the backfield. The defensive tackle made a really quick move for the Texas Herd, and he shook him. Made a really good play just to lose 1 yard. Here we go, 2-by-2 set. Running back flank to the right. Martin brings him to the line. Martin takes a snap, going to hand the ball off. No, shoots it out there, has a man, and it's going to be completed. He's going to be taken down around the 4-yard line. That's going to be a completion out there to the left-hand side. That's the slot back. He was running a speed out.
Yeah, Coach, I like the play call. I mean, obviously they had some pressure. I think it was an unblocked end, and they just sort of dared him to sort of swat it out of the air. Kobe got it over his hands. But again, I'd like to see a little bit more of an attack in the end zone at this stage.
Well, that was a play action. So they're on the right path. I'm not lying to you. I'd like to see a lot more of it. Here we go. Wing to the right. Pistol formation. Martin takes a snap. Going to hand the ball off to the right-hand side. They have him in the backfield for no gain. That's going to bring up a 4th down and goal. My goodness. I don't know about that one.
That was Samuel back in the game. You actually had Coleman leading the way on the blocking in the front. What we've seen, Samuel's strengths have been outside the tackles. So
well, they didn't have a wide receiver out here down to the bottom of the screen, and the corner just shot in. Unblocked. He's the one who made that play right off the edge. Here we go. They're going to tee it up for a field goal. Snap is down. The hold is, and it's, hold on, we're going to have a pre-snap penalty, and it's going to be on us.
Delay a game.
Right.
Delay game. Defense. Number 5.
It's going to be a delay a game on them. We might take them off and go for it. It's going to be half the distance. Going to set the ball at the 2-yard line. They're going to, Coach Blackshear is going to keep the field goal unit on. And
He's
go ahead
definitely
and kick
not
it.
being
I don't know.
aggressive in this game. And I get it. Everybody needs to show some work. I like the work that Eddie has shown so far. Man, again, Coach, the way your defense is playing, I'd love to see my offense punch it in here.
Snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up, and it's going to be good. Your new score with 9 minutes and 37 seconds left in the third quarter. The Tall City Black Gold 10. The Texas Herd 0. Yes, I do agree with you, Coach Mike. I'd like to see us try to, get big, pull our britches up, and get that thing in there. I get a little bit more stuff.
Yeah, Coach, just from a momentum perspective, I mean, you clearly see some problems that your offense has shown today. Give them a little bit to ride home with, And again, if you don't get it, you got your defense who's been flying all over the field. Once again, the Herd's offense would be backed up to their own 2. I'd trade that all day long if it meant, my offense has a chance to pump it in. But this might sort of correlate with your assessment of not wanting to show all your hands.
The kicker tees it up at the 35, boots it away. It's going to come down around the 5-yard line and be fumbled out of bounds. Oh, my Lord. They're having all kinds of problems. The Texas Herd killing themselves. Can't field the ball.
Can't catch a kick.
My goodness. This is where I thought the separation would happen right out of the chute because I knew Coach Blackshear was on him. I knew he was. He was on this team pressing for more. That's not exactly the offense you want to see come out with a first and goal situation. You really would like to see him push that through and punch it in. Did not get that going, but at least he has a lot of momentum with the defense. They're playing really, really fiery right now.
And they keep having the Herd start, with their backs against the end zone. And again, this goes back to the last drive. I mean, I understand you want to take the points. You want to give yourself a 2-point cushion. Your defense is flying all over the field. The likelihood of them coming out of a 2-point hole is, it's starting to fade away here. But, again, from this type of game where you want fundamentals and basics, I want to see something positive from my offense. And that includes pumping it into the end zone. So I don't know why they would go for the 3 in that scenario. But, again, I don't coach. I don't coach the team. But in any event, look, I think that our defense coming onto the field right now, again, backs against the wall on the 6-yard line. I would say that unless the Herd have something up their sleeves, we potentially could see another defensive score here.
No doubt. In fact, I think that's what we're fixing to see.
Coach, did you keep all the pressure on?
Absolutely. Absolutely. This being backed up all the way to the 5-yard line, no doubt about it. Here we go. Quarterback brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Takes a snap, shoots it out there, has the man at the 10-yard line. He's going to go all the way up to the 14, give him the – yes, he's going to be up to the 14-yard line, taken down right there. Going to be a gain of around 7 yards on first down. So it's going to set up a 2nd down and 3.
Yeah, they were in a soft zone there.
Pretty soft on the edges. They don't want to let the guy behind them. The best part of this Texas Herd football team all day long has been the outside players at the skill set on the edge.
And again, a penalty. Negated a big play for them. I mean, you know, this game has really been a tit for tat for, you know, who's shooting themselves in the foot more.
Well, you know, good football teams play against the team that they're supposed to play that day. They don't play against themselves and that team. And we're seeing, you know, we're seeing that on both sides today. So for us, we have to get that cleaned up. No doubt about it. There we go. Quarterback brings them to the line. Takes a snap. That's going to be a false start. The receiver down here at the bottom of the screen took off real early on that.
He's jumping the gun on those continental shift rules, I guess, huh?
Well, I'm going to tell you. Last weekend, they were playing arena ball. And he would go forward. And I'm not lying to you when I'm telling you he would be about 5 yards offsides on every play, dang near. So he just tried to take off a little early on that. Quarterback takes the snap. The blitz is on. Goes right up the middle. Still on his feet. They're going to have him at the 5-yard line. Give him. Has he fumbled the ball again? He surely did. Let's see. They're going to spot the ball for the black and gold. They are. They're calling it a fumble, aren't they?
Yep, that's a fumble. And that was David Leash who pumped it out. I mean, he was wrapped up already. Leash went for the ball. Ball popped over his shoulder and, you know, just didn't have a chance.
But I'm still seeing – hold on. No, that's our football. Okay, I'm seeing their defense on the field, and I guess their defense might be the offense, right? Because they don't have very many players.
Was there a penalty on the play?
I guess so. I guess they got a horse collar.
I did see somewhat of a horse collar on that. I was curious if they called it or not.
It was close. They gave it to him. Here we go. Quarterback brings them to the line, takes a snap, shoots it out there to the running back, wide open at the 10, makes a cut at the 15, still on the move up to the 20, and he's going to have a first down. Going to be a gain of around 13 yards, as that's been open all day, to be honest with you. We've been sending 6. They have 6 to block. The 6th guy is not blocking, so why not send him out on a flare? They have done that. Now I think they've kind of adjusted a little bit. Now we have to adjust to that. There we go. Quarterback brings them to the line. 3-by-1 set. Running back flank to the right. Takes the snap. It's going to have him again. Shoots it out there. It's going to be a hook and ladder. And he has it on the move at the 30. Breaking tackle still on the move. Going to get all the way up to the 31-yard line. It's going to be another gain of around 10. It's going to be a first down. A hook and ladder, Mike.
Well-designed play. Well-designed play.
Absolutely. Could see the running back flaring out there again.
You know, Coach, as we were leaving halftime, we were talking about what the Herd would sort of need to do to adjust to some of these pressures. You know, it's these quick passes. And we're seeing that on this drive. I mean, you know, short of like the penalty that, again, hurt us, you know, in the potential of getting a red zone opportunity, they're executing on these quick passes, which is really taking away some of that pressure point.
Absolutely. The quarterback brings them to the line, 2-by-2 set. Takes the snap. The rush is on. They're going to have him in the backfield this time and drop him for a big loss. He gets it away. I don't believe look, how come we don't blow the whistle right there? The kid is in the grass. This is when somebody can get hurt. Oh, so they gave him the pass. That is big because that moves the ball all the way back up to the 31-yard line. There's no loss on the play. I believe
that as an incomplete pass.
Yes, they had him in the grass, back in the backfield. He threw the football to the running back. The running back dropped the ball. It's essentially 2nd down and 10 instead of a 10-yard loss.
Wow. I mean, I'm with you, Coach. You got to blow the play dead at that point because, even if he has the ability to shove it forward, somebody's going to get hurt.
Here we go. Quarterback takes a snap, shoots it out to the right-hand side, makes a move. He's going to get up to the 40. Call it the 40. No, they're going to give him the 41-yard line. He's going to be brought down right by the sticks. Going to set up a 3rd down and maybe 1. No, they're going to have a 1st down. Going to call a 1st down for the Texas Herd, and they're on the move. 5:45 and counting left in the ball game. 10-0 is the count. Black gold on top. There we go. Quarterback brings them to the line. 3-by-1 set. Takes a snap. Has time. Running out of time. Throws it to nobody. That right there should be a penalty. He did not get outside of the tackle box, and he didn't throw it to anybody. That is a penalty. Let's see. They're not going to call it.
Are they saying that he undercut that receiver at the top of the screen there? I'm with you, Coach. I think he was too far away.
10 yards away from the football. He's calling a deflection. Coach Kerry McSweeney up here saw a tip ball. Anytime it's a tip ball, they're not going to give the penalty because it could have got there. Here we go. 3-by-1 set. Quarterback brings him to the line. Running back flank to his left. The blitz is on. Going to tuck it and run right up the middle. Has room. Shoots it. It's going to be picked off at the 45. The return is on there to the 40. Makes a move at the 30. Still on his feet. At the 20. Still going. He's going to be knocked out of bounds at the 15-yard line of the Texas Herd. A great play by the safety again.
Gabriel Adwuzie. What a move. And I love the return. You give your offense a spot right now to make some points and make some positive moves into the later part of this game. The defense has been the name here, Coach.
What would we do without the defense?
This score would be a lot different, I'll tell you that. I mean, doubtful if we even score, but let alone if our defense wasn't playing as solid as they were on literally every snap. A couple big plays they gave up in the first quarter, but they've settled down since and gave us a position right now to add to the lead.
Kobe takes a snap, shoots it out there on a speed out. He's still on his feet, breaking tackle, still on his feet. He's going to get into the end zone. Touchdown! Let go.
What a move. That was Caleb Joviet. I mean, getting the play, making the move, finding the stick, and then having look at the blocks down the field. I got to give a lot of credit to Elijah Roundtree on that. He stayed on his man all the way up through the end zone. Watch this replay, Coach. Watch number 12. Number 12 sees the position, goes out, finds a man, puts a helmet on a helmet, and gives him a chance to get into the end zone. I love the blocking down the field on that offensive possession.
Team football at its finest right there. I like the way they went fast. They got up to the line of scrimmage, snapped the ball fast. Had a man right out in the left flat out there running a speed out, and he's the one who scored. Get the ball into your playmaker's hands fast. Here we go. Snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And it's good. The PAT is good. Your new score with 4 minutes and 45 seconds left in the ball game. The Tall City Black Gold 17. The Texas Herd 0.
Yeah, I'm going back to that move after a catch, those yards after catch. Kobe Martin has had time in the pocket. I don't think that's been the issue at all. He hasn't been running for his life. He hasn't seen a lot of pressure from this Herd defensive front. And that's a credit to our O-line as well. And when he finally got the ball in the receiver's hands, watching them make these moves, finding those blocks downfield, finding the guys that are just not sitting there taking pictures and actually still moving on the play. I mean, these are the film plays that you talk about, Coach. This is what these guys want to be able to highlight as far as what they can do with the ball and without the ball.
We have guys with electricity in their feet. We just have to get them the football. We really do. We have some talented youngsters out there on the edges at the wide receiver positions. We have to. I'm not lying to you. I know a kid right now that's on the team that's not playing. And if he's not playing, that means we have a lot more than him. And he's pure electricity. So that lends me to believe that we have some really talented youngsters out there. We just got to get them the football in space. Let them do what they do afterwards.
And that was just what the offense needed, right? We talked about them needing something to hang their hat on. I mean, that is the drive right there. Another setup drive put together by the defense. Defense picks it off, runs it deep into the offense or into the herd territory. And then, you know, you rush a play like that worked the way it needed. That is exactly what the offense needed. And I'm sure Coach Ford is going to be happy about that one.
Quarterback Kobe Martin got up there to the line of scrimmage fast, didn't let the defense set up and identify, the eligible receivers, and snapped it. The reason that play happened is because of the pace that we got up to the line of scrimmage and snapped the football. Had a wide open guy in the flat on a speed out. He caught the football in space with nobody around him. And, you know, when he got people around him, that's when he was able to make the moves. That's what you have to do. Good job by Kobe. Here we go. The kicker tees it up, shoots it away. It's going to be taken around the 10-yard line, and the return is on from there up to the 20. Makes a move at the 30. Speed on at the 40. Cuts at the 40. Still on his feet inside of our 30 and going to be taken down around the 22-yard line. A really good kickoff return by the Texas herd. They've made plays today on us. They've just shot themselves in the foot over and over and had to play against a real stout defense. Or this might be a different game, Coach Mike.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I'm glad that, you know, from the herd's perspective, they caught a kick in the air and, you know, look at what happens. You know, they've been playing all these balls off the floor, and you know, it's led to really poor field position that, you know, their offense has really had the end zone to their back the entire game. So this is really a breath of fresh air for their offense. And, you know, I like the test that we're about to see for our defense. Can your defense step up once again and make the plays that are needed in order to get us out of this situation?
Well, what did we talk about earlier? The defenses love their clean sheet. They still have one. 17-0 is the count with 4:33 left in the third quarter. And I'll tell you one thing, the defense is going to bow up right here because they don't want to give anything up on this new season. Here we go. Quarterback takes a snap. The rush is on. Has a man out in the flat, and it's going to be completed. Inside of the 20 down to the 16-yard line. It's going to be a gain of around 4 yards on first down, second down and 6 coming. 4:18 and counting into the third quarter until we get to the continental shift. That is the fourth quarter.
I saw a lot of yellow jerseys in the backfield. We're still coming in with a lot of pressure, and I don't think that was a blitz. I think that was just the defensive four that are just really manhandling the O-line.
That left side defensive end, the left end out there, he came off of that. His ball get off on that was tremendous. He came off of that and just whipped that right tackle of theirs. No doubt about it. He was the first one in the backfield. Quarterback brings him to the line, 2-by-2 set. Running back flank to his left. Takes the snap. The blitz is on. He's going to have to tuck it and be sacked at the 30-yard line. It's going to be a big loss on second down.
I love seeing the pressure still continued. I love it.
I think from, let's see, that's going to be the right defensive end, I believe.
I didn't catch the number, Coach. Sorry.
It's right here, this youngster at the bottom of the screen at the 30-yard line.
Oh, that's Dominique Oliver.
Dominique Oliver making a big play, looking like Ed Oliver out there.
Ed Oliver, shout out.
Absolutely.
Third down. I love the pressure by Stinson still. I mean, especially with the defense in the scenario.
Trying to keep their clean sheet going, Coach. Here we go. We're going to have a timeout on the play for the Texas Herd. 2 minutes and 47 seconds left in the third quarter. Your score, the Tall City Black Gold 17, the Texas Herd 0. What do you think right here, Coach Mike?
I mean, if I'm the Herd, I would actually move back to some of those shorter passes. You know, you are in a 3rd and long. I mean, I don't know what their kicking game looks like. I don't know if points are salvageable at this point. But I mean, if I were in their huddle right now, I would try a screen. I would try something to sort of counter some of this pressure that you know is coming at this point. Like 3rd and long, big kickoff return that you just gave up. The defense is coming for blood on this one. So that would be my counter if I were the Herd. From the Tall City perspective, I would actually show somewhat of a, sort of like I would fake the blitz package and then drop and then hopefully try to, sneak in an interception if the quarterback is able to get the ball away.
Well, I don't know what league the Texas Herd is playing in, if they are playing in the league. But if they're not, why not pull out all the stops? They ran a hook and ladder already. We have not seen any screens. Quarterback takes a snap. The blitz is on. The screen to the right. It's a flare out to the running back, and he dropped the football in the backfield.
That was a big presence to throw over.
Had it set up right.
But that was the quick pass that we were talking about, Coach. I mean, that's the only way you can really get around the pressure that is just relentless at this point.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. Those guys from the Texas Herd's interior are just getting their ass whipped. I mean, that's just ass whipping right there, Coach Mike. That's all you can say about that. That's bad. I mean, that looks worse than youth football teams. They're not blocking a soul.
I wonder how much of this has to do with their design blocking schemes.
Well, there it goes again, and he's in trouble and going to be brought down in the backfield on a big hit.
What a hit.
My goodness, the quarterback got leveled around the 42-yard line. Big loss.
That was
a turnover on downs, right?
Yeah, that was 4th down. That was Dominique Oliver in the play again. We had Praise make the big hit on the backside after he was tied up. But I like what I'm seeing out of the edge work. If our interior can sort of make do with the offensive line, and we have that kind of sustained pressure on the outside, it's going to be very difficult to do any sort of deep route running setups or any running establishment. But that's another thing that we haven't seen from the Herd at all is any sort of established running game. But
they can't do it.
Yeah, to your point, Coach, they're getting manhandled on the interior, so they have no choice.
They cannot do it. And I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to go off on a limb right now and say that we don't play an offensive line again like this all year long. I don't know what's waiting over there in the Metroplex for us next week and in Austin and San Antonio. I don't know what those teams have. But I'll be willing to bet you that we're not going to see something like this. This offensive line that we've seen today, I mean, I just don't like to talk like that. It's just not right, but it's not very good.
I mean, the product on the field speaks for itself, Coach. I mean, you're not saying anything that isn't true. And I agree wholeheartedly. Like, we're not going to see this type of offensive line, sort of breakdown, especially towards the latter part of the game when you're dealing with some of these teams in the CoFL. Defensively, I like the confidence boost that it's bringing. It's giving your guys heading into a game or heading into a week of practice for official game week, knowing that they have the capabilities of doing what they need to do. But again, I'm going to stick back to the fundamentals and the basics. Don't forget that. Don't get your head in the clouds based around a team that you played like this. And just make sure that you stick to your assignments. You stick to your gap controls and your gap assignments. And then if you're a defensive edge, don't get happy feet and give up that outside because you're going to face a quarterback that has running capabilities or a running back that could break that tackle box, and then you're going to give up some big plays if you get over your head with that. So make sure you stick to your, inside out or your outside in type of assignments, and, don't give up contain on that outer perimeter.
It's key for me right here on this drive for the Black Gold and quarterback Martin to have a really good drive. Martin brings him to the line. Wingback flank to the left. Pistol look. Martin takes a snap, a low snap. Running back's going to be hit in the backfield, breaks a tackle. Still on his feet, and he's going to have around the line of scrimmage, give him a yard gained on the play, going to move the ball up to the 43-yard line of the Black Gold. 2nd down and 9 coming. 2 minutes and 20 seconds and counting left in the third quarter. 17-0 is the count. Black Gold on top. The low snap has really, really plagued us all night long.
That's definitely what I'm working on if I'm the center for the week.
Absolutely. Martin brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Martin takes a snap, looks to throw, has a man out here on a speed out. It's open and it's caught and dropped. Going to be incomplete. A low pass out here on the right-hand side, down to the bottom of the screen. Still need to catch that football.
I think that was a low pass, and I'm with you, Coach. You got to make that play in that situation.
Still have to make it. It's a difference around 3 to 4 yards. 3rd down and 9 coming. Could have set up a 3rd down and 6. Martin brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Running back flank to the right. Blitz looks like it's coming.
I like the adjustments pre-snap.
Martin adjusted. Takes a shot deep. Has one-on-one out there.
Oh,
the
that's
receiver
a flag.
Going to be picked off at the 40. Hold on. They still on him. And he did not throw the flag. I don't believe
that not a penalty.
I don't believe we have any laundry down. I thought he clearly shoved the receiver down to the ground. Nevertheless, he threw a jump ball from all across the field. And I don't know about that. Man, we can execute going up and down the field without throwing those jump balls like that. I really don't believe we have to do that. Two jump balls today have been resulting in picks.
Coach, I love the test because we clearly have the size at receiver. But again, you're trying to build a framework of a positive offensive drive, right? Let's stick to those shorter passes. Let's figure out those before we start going deep. And I still firmly believe that was a penalty. I don't know why that wasn't called.
Have to throw the flag. I believe it too. They came out with too many men in the huddle. One of them went off to the sideline. It's going to be illegal participation on the Texas Herd. Set up a 1st and 15 for the Herd with 1 minute and 38 seconds left in the third quarter. 17-0 is the count. The Black Gold on top. From
Coach,
the tall.
Have the Herd had a possession without a penalty?
Absolutely not. This is one of the poorer teams you're going to watch coached all year. Not lying to you. I mean, we watched them last weekend, and it was not pleasant to watch. And that's kind of being nice. But a lot of this is, lack of practice, lack of reps, lack of discipline, all of that.
So now they're moving it back?
I don't understand why they're moving it back. He did run off and run to the sideline. When you break the huddle, that's illegal participation. They had 12 guys in the huddle. One of them run off to the sideline. But they're not calling it a flag, so it's 1st and 10 for the Herd. Quarterback brings them to the line, 2-by-2 set. Takes the snap. The blitz is on. Nobody has the running back. He shoots it out. It's going to be another pick. At the 40, the return is on to the 50. Cuts it all the way back. Still has room. Breaks a tackle. Still on his feet. Hold on. He's going to be brought down inside of the 35-yard line. Hold on. We have some extracurriculars going down there. going to be a turnover, a interception. Did you get the number right there, Mike?
Yes, Coach. That's Kobe Calvin once again all over the field. You know, I was maybe a little too jumpy on my Palomalu comparison, but that just solidified it for this game in my books. He has been a force defensively all over the place. And now he just added a pick to his resume.
I'm just really wary of these quarterbacks just chunking that football up, not knowing that there's deep safeties back there. You know, the Black Gold's playing a real deep shell, and they're not letting nothing behind them, playing real disciplined coverage back there. And the quarterback just keeps
a chuck and a prayer, right? I mean, you got all this pressure in your face. That's really all you can do.
Here we go. Quarterback takes a snap. Martin looks to throw, shoots it across the middle, has a man. It's going to be caught and dropped. Oh, my Lord.
Looked a
Little
tad
bit
bit
behind
behind him.
Yes, little bit behind the receiver, but still, again, we got to catch the football.
What's the rule of thumb, Coach? If it touches your hands, whose fault is it at that point?
You got to catch that ball. The receiver has a shot. You got to make a play. You're getting paid money to make plays in professional ranks. You got to do it. Here we go. Martin brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off on a draw to the right-hand side. Running back leaps over a defender, puts his head down. He's going to get a good gain of around 8 yards on the play. Going to take the ball all the way down inside of the 30 to the 27-yard line of the Texas Herd. 3rd down and 2 coming. A long 2, maybe 3. And we're now inside of a minute left in the 3rd quarter. 54 seconds and counting. 17-0 is the count. Texas Herd on top. Martin brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Running back flank to the right. Martin takes a snap, looks to throw, has a man on a wheel route. Looking, still looking, has a man, and it's going to be incomplete. Knocked down at around the 12-yard line, the defender for the Texas Herd.
Not a big fan of that pass, Coach.
Oh, so the whole play looked to be going towards the left-hand side. He had a man on the outside wheel route breaking deep, and it was breaking late, but he could not stay with it. He had a little bit of pressure. Oh, they're going to have a rough in the passer on the Texas Herd. That's a big break.
Wow.
For the Black Gold. Again, the Texas Herd being undisciplined all game long.
That is a huge penalty.
Huge mistake. They had them down to a 4th down. Instead, they give up a 1st down. Going to move the ball to the 18-yard line. 1st down and 10 for the Black Gold. 17-0 with 30 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Martin brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Running back flank to his right. Motion from left to right. Martin takes a snap. Going to have a wheel route again. Shoots it across the middle. Has a man wide open at the 5. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Black Gold. Man, that was a good read right there by Kobe Martin. A good executed catch. The best play we've seen all day from our offense.
Amazing catch, amazing execution. My number chart is a little off, but I believe that was Cameron King, our wide receiver, / tight end. He's caught a couple of them. He's the one that had that dropped pass off his hands on the sidelines that we thought should have been caught. So he definitely made up for that one at that point. Did we get a penalty on the play?
Yeah, the PAT coming, don't we? The long
That's
PAT.
a long PAT.
No. It's a hands to the face on the offense. Now I'll tell you what I saw on that play. We had motion from the right slot, and he went to the left-hand side, and he cleared out for the receiver to run a post down the middle, which was executed brilliantly. It was a great play call. Quarterback takes a snap. Going to hand the ball off around the left-hand side. Running back breaking tackles at the 20. Still on his feet. He's going to get all the way down to the 15, call it the 16-yard line. Good run right there on 1st down by that running back.
That was Trey Coleman once again.
Trey Coleman has been running hard all day long.
I mean, he's been the difference in the second half offensively for sure. I mean, Samuel had the ball pretty much the entire first half, and the little offensive series that the Black Gold had. But you know, I mean, Coleman has really shifted the mindset and the momentum offensively for this running game.
I'll tell you one thing, Coach Mike, we have 2 quality running backs, but I'm with you. The Coleman kid is running hard. He's running with lower pad level, with a different level of physicality, and he's really been the difference in the second half. There's no doubt about it. I'm with you. Like the Coleman kid at running back, no doubt about it. Brings a different attitude to the football team.
All right, Coach, we're going to take a couple minutes here as we get into the Continental Shift. We're going to run a quick ad for Light Helmets, who is the league-wide helmet sponsor, and then we'll be right back in about 30 seconds. And we're back. So, Coach, fourth quarter, we talked about it all pregame. We talked about it leading up to it. My friend, it is time for the Tall City Black Gold's first ever Continental Shift.
Very, very excited to see it.
So let's talk about the rules once again here as they're huddling it up and probably discussing it amongst themselves. So now that we're in the fourth quarter, the Continental Shift is in effect. There is no fourth down. Fourth down is removed from any offensive series. Forward motion is now enabled for any receiver outside of the tackle box. So anywhere from the tackle box to the sidelines, you're going to notice that there's forward motion enabled by those receivers or those slot backs. We're going to see a 1-yard gap between the O-line and the D-line. Let's see what that does to our defensive pressure and the strategy that we've been able to succeed with throughout the game. There's no fair catches on punt returns, which I don't think we've really had an issue with potentially seeing that one. So, but keep that in mind. That's really going to come into play at some point in some of these closer games throughout the season at this stage of the game. And then we have our difference in our score. We have the 1-point rouge, which is awarded for an unreturned kick in the end zone. So either you kick it through the end zone or you kick it and it doesn't get returned out of the end zone. That is a 1-point score. The Los Dos is the other scoring side of this, and that is where if you punt it through the upright from anywhere on the field, you are awarded 2 points. So, Coach, we talked extensively about this throughout the game and in the pregame. Where do you see any strategy of what we saw so far play out and differ offensively or defensively from either of these teams?
Well, I think we can both agree that the offenses on both sides have been a little bit behind the defense. So this, only having 3 downs to execute a series, going to put up a lot of pressure, especially on our Tall City boys, because we've kind of not thrown the ball really well today. And this whole quarter, this Continental Shift is predicated around making you throw the football. You're trying to get first down with 3 downs instead of 4. So it puts more pressure on you if you are a running team to be able to move the football. If not, you turn it over, and you turn it over fairly quickly because you can't cycle through 4 downs. So this is a huge strategy on both sides, but I think it's really going to favor the team that throws the ball more better. And today, for my liking, I see the team in gray. Of course, there's already a 3-score deficit for them, so I don't think the Black Gold is any trouble. However, with the kicking game, the Black Gold is a huge advantage through the field goals. Even if they're going to punt the ball through the upright, I mean, they have the players to do it on the special teams. They have some tremendous kickers, punter and kicker. So that's a huge advantage for the Black Gold, in my estimation.
I'm just curious because we were talking about how Coleman's impact on the ground has really shifted the momentum offensively in the second half. You take away that down, and now does it almost remove that strategy from the equation?
It kind of does, because that's an extra down that you really need to get a first down. Now, what they're looking at right now is second down, but essentially it's third down in real football. There we go. Martin brings them to the line. Let's see. Oh, my Lord, what is this formation? Okay, we're going to have a 2-by-2 set. Martin takes a snap, looks to throw, has a man out there. It's going to be completed right at the sticks. My goodness, that was kind of dangerous, as that corner's set in a zone, and he almost came up on that ball.
That was that forward motion right out of the gate by Coach Ford.
Third down, and this is it. They're going to bring in the field goal unit on third down, aren't they? Are they going to bring in the field goal unit? Yeah, they are. It's third down.
They are. I see Godina out there, so they're going for the points.
What would you do right here, Coach Mike?
I like the call. I really do. I want to keep giving my kicker the confidence. He missed a long one earlier. He's hit a couple extra points. He had the one, sort of at the start of the second half. Give him a chance right here. And if he misses it, it's still a point.
Because it goes through the end zone.
Correct.
The snap is down. The kick is up. And it's good. Your new score. With 13 minutes and 58 seconds left in the ballgame. The Tall City Black Gold, 20. The Texas Herd, 0. That was interesting.
What would you have done there, Coach?
I would have went for it, because you make it, it's 20-0. You miss it, it's 18-0. If you get the first down, you have a chance to go up by, what is that, 24?
I like it either way. I definitely, I'm with you as far as getting the offense used to these new rules and needing to execute without the extra down.
I just think that it's third down and 2, you got to do it. It's if it's a little bit longer than that, I wouldn't fool with it. But being that close, I think I would have been a little bit more aggressive myself.
Okay, so seeing how we've been playing so far offensively, what kind of play would you call then?
I got a lot of tricks are for kids in my stuff, so it would have been a little bit different. I promise you. It would have been a little bit different.
I mean, would you have stuck with Coleman and sort of ground pounded to try to get those 2 yards, or would you have put the ball in Martin's hands?
Go eligible play. Oh, no. We would have fooled them somehow. The gravity is what I talk about a lot and I teach a lot. Gravity is real. Gravity works. And, gravity pulls a lot. That's what gravity does. And I just haven't seen it out here at all tonight. But we'll talk about that a little bit later. Here we go. Quarterback brings them to the line. Motion on the left-hand side. Takes a snap. Looks to throw. Shoots it out there. Has a man, and it's going to be knocked down. A great play by the safety. Big timer comes up and knocks that ball out of the receiver's hands. A good throw and a good play on that ball by that safety. And it was this side safety. What number was that, Mike?
I believe it might have been. I think it was Gabriel Adwuzi. Coach, did I miss a kickoff, or is that part of these new rules?
I didn't see a kickoff myself. I did not see it. Quarterback takes a snap and shoots it out there. Going to be incomplete. This is a third down. This is what we were talking about.
One of those interesting rules we need to add to the Continental shift. It looks like there's a flag on the play.
Oh, they're taking the holding penalty. Okay, it's going to set up a third down. Third down and 10. And this is the interesting part of the Continental shift. Third down and 10 right here. This is essentially fourth down. And they are going for it. They have the offense on, or did he line up deep to kick it away? Is he going to punt it? It looks like he's lined up a little deep to kick it away. Yes, that's what it looks like it's going to happen. They just have a weird punt formation. Hold on, there's going to be.
Oh, there's got to be a flag on that.
There was movement all over the place. The return is on from the 30. Puts a foot in the ground, gets to the 50, makes a cut, gets to the outside, turns on the speed, and he's going to be brought down around the 40-yard line. There is a flag down as he got brought down around the 40.
That's the first time we call Luke Adams' name. I mean, we've been told he has some serious sets of wheels, so we saw that on full display there.
My goodness, the kid could go. Need to get the ball into his hands in some space and see what happens.
I mean, Coach, there was a movement everywhere. There were substitutions that were late. I mean, I don't understand how they didn't get flagged for an illegal formation.
Had to be. They got a flag on the black goal. A block in the back. Going to move the ball back. That's a big penalty.
Well, that happened, I guess, at the point of return.
Oh, my Lord. Move the ball back to the 25-yard line.
That was a serious block in the back.
It was a spot foul. Coach Kerry McSweeney saw it from up here, a hold, right as he caught the football. Calling it a spot foul at the 25-yard line. It's going to set up a 1st and 10 for the black goal.
Well, this is sort of what the Continental shift is all about, right? They want this sort of this bounce back and forth of between, the ball changing possessions frequently.
Right. You either do something with it or get off the pot. That's what it's talking about. Here we go. Martin brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Running back, flanked right behind him. The old run and shoot set. Martin takes the snap, going to hand the ball off around the right-hand side, looking for room, going to put the foot in the ground, getting north and south. Breaks the tackle. He's still on the feet at the 40, inside it, up to the 44-yard line of the black goal, and that is your man. That's your main man right there, Coach Mike.
That's power football, Coach. And you know what? I love the fact that they did not veer off the game plan, even with the Continental shift now in play. They're seeing that success, and they're saying, stop it or we'll keep coming at you with it.
I don't know who ran that football, and I could tell it was the Trey kid. I could just see the running style. You could see it. It's different.
It's aggressive.
Was that him? Was that him?
Absolutely, Coach. It was aggressive. And he might be the thunder to a potential Williams Lightning if we start seeing this unfold throughout the year.
Well, I do think that we need to have him starting for sure. He's different. He makes our offense a little different. Here we go. Martin brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Got a motion. Martin takes the snap, looks to throw, looking, shoots it out there deep. And that's not what you want. He almost threw a pick again. He threw it up in double coverage. He was running. There was a go route and a speed out combination out here. He kind of had the speed out open, and he just let it go to throw the go ball. You cannot throw the go ball in double coverage. It's just not something you're supposed to do unless you have Randy Moss,
He's really trying to build this with Anderson, and I'm with you, Coach. You don't throw it in double coverage in that scenario. And again, he had all the time in the world.
We're going to have flags all over the place. We have forward motion and lateral motion over here, and we have too much motion. It was a flag on us, a pre-snap penalty on black gold.
Yeah, and this is one of the bigger differences with this Continental shift in play, Coach. Like in Canadian football, you have this forward motion. In American football, you're trained as a wide receiver to look at the ball down the line of scrimmage in order to make your move. The forward motion makes it all about a timing play. And if that timing's off, you're going to run into these false start / offside type of plays.
Takes a snap. Martin shoots it out to the right-hand side. Has it in the hands of the big-time running back. He's going to be bottled up around the 38-yard line and brought down right there. Third down is the call. They're going to punt it away. And
Coach, I
this
think
is
that
where
was Taryn.
the running back.
No, the quarterback. I think Martin was out for that play.
Oh, okay.
I hope he didn't aggravate something on that throw down the field.
Wow. Well, here we go. The punt is away, and he puts a good boot into it, tries to get the Rouge going. It's going to be taken, and it's fumbled. Picked up around the 17-yard line, out to the 20. Guy has some speed. It's going to be knocked down around the 30-yard line. My goodness. Just cannot handle the ball for some reason for these Texas Herd guys.
Once again, you got to catch that on the fly.
Absolutely. A good boot by the punter, by the way. You know, there's a wind. Right now, it's at his back. He's kicking with the wind, but that's nevertheless, it's still a really good boot.
Well, I think he was thinking what you were thinking, Coach. He was going for that Rouge. You know, if he was able to maybe get it on a line drive, cut some of that wind. Again, I really feel kicking is going to be a component of strategy as we start, you know, understanding more and more how this continental shift is going to work into the strategies.
No doubt about it. I'll tell you one thing. Our kicking game is solid. That's really all I need to see. Our kicking game, we have a punter and we have a kicker, and they're both pretty good. You know, the offensive line kicking for the PATs or the field goals, tremendous. They're not giving us no pressure at all. The punter has time to kick the ball away really cleanly. If it ends up like this all year, we've got a huge advantage on the teams we play because our special teams are pretty good. They've been good all night long. Having said that, with minutes left in the ball game, the Tall City Black Gold 20, the Texas Herd 0.
Yeah, Coach, I'm with you on the special teams, and you know, it doesn't necessarily get a lot of the attention it deserves, but games are won and lost based around field position, and special teams is a critical component of any league at any level. And what we're seeing now is that if we have the ability to control the field of play on either the offensive or the defensive side due to the success of our special teams, I mean, that's going to set the momentum when we need it and where we need it.
Absolutely. Quarterback takes a snap. There's going to be motion on them, and he gets it away at the 50, still on the move. But hold on, I believe that flag is on them for being offsides.
Yeah, that was another timing mistake on that forward motion. I can't imagine that's something that the Herd, even if this is probably the first time they've seen that. You know, again, this is all a timing play, Coach. I mean, if that timing's not crisp, you're going to run into this all the time.
That really nullifies a 30-yard gain. A really good pass right over the middle that the receiver caught in stride on a deep post. And that's where you hurt that cover two, right down the center. Those posts really do some damage to those cover two safeties. That's where you want to really beat it. And on that play they did, but you cannot have those mistakes. That was a crucial mistake for the Texas Herd. Quarterback brings them to the line, 2-by-2 set. Running back flanked to his left. Takes the snap. The pressure is on. Shoots it out there deep. One-on-one. That's going to be a pick. It is. Another interception. The return is at the 50. Has blockers in front of him at the 40. At the 30. Breaks a tackle at the 20. Still on his feet. He's going to be brought down inside of the 15 down to the 14-yard line. My goodness. How many picks is that officially?
That's at least 3 or 4 picks, Coach. I mean, but that one I think was a little bit more special. That's Caleb Washington.
That's a linebacker.
That's Midland's own Caleb Washington.
Nice. Very good. That is tremendous. Huh? Only would have been better if we could have got him in the end zone.
That's all right. This is another good setup for the offense during this continental shift kind of mentality. Let's see if they sort of follow suit on what you were hopeful for earlier. Maybe within the 15-yard line, there is no kicking option. Maybe you just keep going for it.
Well, this is where you just get the ball into Trey's hands.
They do have Samuel in the backfield right now.
Martin looks to throw, brings it down, cuts inside, still on his feet at the 5. He's going to be pushed to the 4. They're going to give him the 5-yard line. It's going to be a 1st and goal for the Black Gold.
Yeah, Coach, we got Taryn in the game at quarterback again. So I don't know if Martin is hurt, but yeah, we're seeing Taryn on back-to-back plays now. And from what I've seen from Taryn, he is definitely more of a running style of a quarterback. We do have an injury on the field.
Well, he definitely wants to run the ball. He's not shy about doing it. He's a big kid himself. Nathan Tarin in the ballgame at quarterback, because we don't know what happened to Kobe. Hopefully he's okay.
He comes out of the Texas United Football League. He played for the Texas Titans.
Texas Titans. There we go.
He does have some professional experience under his belt.
Now it looks like we still got him in there. We do.
We do, yeah.
Tarin brings him to the line. You know, tarin's that stuff that you eat with your peaches and your oranges. Takes the snap. They're going to fumble the snap. We're going to have no penalty. Hold on. We do have a flag at the 5 down at the bottom of the screen. Let's see who it's on.
And now it looks like Taryn's hurt.
Oh, my Lord. Now we're just going to have to snap that ball to Trey and Samuel back there, have Trey and Samuel play wildcat off of each other.
Yeah, it looks like he hurt his ankle on that play. But, yeah, I mean, I saw him in the neutral zone, if not encroaching the center before the ball was snapped.
Absolutely.
I hope he's all right. You know, I was thinking about what we were talking about earlier, Coach, about, you know, maybe not tipping your hand or doing anything like that. Like, you know, especially with the Continental Shift now in play, you know, this actually might be a play by Coach Blackshear to not showcase any of these sets, these Continental Shift sets with Kobe Martin at quarterback.
Well, I would like to see Trey get some work, if that's what we're thinking. There's no doubt about it. Trey's our most physical runner on the football team, it looks like. And it looks like Coach Blackshear come out of the halftime and said, we need to be more physical at the point of attack. Let's get Trey the ball, because we didn't see him very much in the first half. It was mostly Samuel. Samuel's more of a slasher. You know, it's a good running style too, but Trey just brings that attitude to the whole football team, to the whole offense. You know, when a guy can be physical like that and run downhill, pads over feet, that's what you like to see. And Trey has definitely brought it today.
And, Coach, he deserves to be rewarded for that.
Absolutely. Get him the football. Let him put one in.
So we do have Kobe Martin back in the game.
Martin brings him to the line. Do you see who the deep back is?
I believe it's Samuel. We have Trey Coleman as the fullback.
Martin takes a snap. Going to hand the ball off to Samuel around on the right-hand side, and they're going to hit him right at the line of scrimmage and drop him. No gain on the play. And like we were talking earlier, you said it yourself, pad level when running that ball. You know, you don't like to see your guy fall backwards. You don't like to see him hit the hole straight up, running straight up. And, I mean, that's the difference in the two backs to me. One of them runs pad level. Here we go. Hands the ball off to Samuel again around the right-hand side, puts the foot in the ground and gets into the end zone. That's going to be a touchdown for the Black Gold.
I'm happy they scored, Coach, but I almost want to see Coleman in this situation inside the 5-yard line. The way that I've seen him run, you know, we talk about the pad level and things like that. you want a guy that can run, basically parallel 6 inches off the floor. Just put your head down and get into the end zone. And he did that there. So I'm eating my own words on this. But I think moving forward, as the season starts to unfold, Coleman is going to be the red zone running back.
You have to do it. In that situation, I would have liked to see it, because when we get into a tough situation, when we're down there and we need it, who you really going to? You know what I mean? Everybody can see that Coleman is a little bit more physical. Well, not a little bit. He's more physical, just period. And that's where you want when you need those tough yards. The snap is back, the hold is down, the kick is up, and it's no good. Your new score with 7 minutes and 59 seconds left in the ballgame. The black gold from the tall city of Midland, 26, the Texas Herd 0.
So I guess that answers the question relative to if a rouge is counted on an extra point.
I guess no. Because it's worth one anyways, right?
Yeah, I mean, it clearly went through the end zone. I mean, it almost looked like on the replay it hit the upright.
That'd be one of the silliest rules in the world if all you had to do was just kick it out of the end zone to get the 1 point.
I mean, Coach, that's what the rouge is.
I know.
They've had championships won like that. On a missed field goal, wide left, went out of the end zone, they win the championship because it was a tie game.
This is unbelievable. I love my Canadian brothers, but my goodness, Lord have mercy.
Another strategic thing that we got to investigate a little bit is if you punt the extra point through the uprights, do you get 2?
Well, you're right. Los dos. Oh, my goodness. That's a fumble backwards, and they're going to have hands all over him for a big loss. He threw the football backwards. He tossed it backwards. That's a lateral, and they're going to get all the rewards of the loss on that play. It could have been worse for the Texas Herd. Nevertheless, he put them in a bad situation with the second down. This is like, essentially the third down. Just threw the ball backwards. They had him for a sack, but he compounded the problem by throwing the ball backwards.
And Coach, that was Dominique Oliver once again. So second half defensive presence by that young man.
Quarterback looks to throw. He's going to be swarmed and brought down in the backfield again. A big loss. They're all over him. That front four is going to work right now. They're putting a lot of games on that front line.
Yeah, they're going to call a roughing the passer on that one.
Is that what the call is?
Yeah, I think one went high, one went low. I mean, again, this is one of those, or maybe face mask, but, this is one of those situational type, scenarios. You got him pinned so deep, it's essentially 4th down, right? With 3rd down coming up, and you just gave him the 1st down.
Can't do it. Just a boneheaded mistake right there. Cannot do it. But the front four has played hard. You like to see that from your football team. Your front four getting after them. That front four has to really, really go to work. And right now they're playing a 3-3-5 that I'm looking at. Here we go. The quarterback takes a snap, moves up into the pocket. He's going to be sacked again in the backfield. Oh, he tosses it out.
Again,
my goodness.
Coach, how do you not blow that dead?
That is craziness. I know that man was he was in the grass, but I'll give you this: the guy is a real strong guy. He's a big kid. We've seen him last week, and he just never wants to fold him. He never wants to give up on a play. Sometimes good, most of the times bad. In that situation, it wasn't bad for him. They gained 4 yards. 2nd down and 6 coming. Takes a snap, looks to throw. Looking, he's going to step up in the pocket and get sacked. Another fumble on the play.
Looks like he recovered it, but the ball did come out. And that was Jonathan Cajigal at the bottom of that. So he's been a presence here in the second half as well defensively.
Going to bring up a 3rd down and 11. Remember, this is the continental shift 5 minutes and 50 seconds left in the ball game. 3rd and 11 right here for the Texas Herd. Out of Longview, Texas. Out of East Texas. They've really acquitted themselves pretty well tonight. I know they've had a whole bunch of boneheaded mistakes, and they showed up here with about 14 football players, and you really thought it was going to be 300 to nothing. It looked that way early, but they've competed well. They have not they've not really fallen on their face out here, and that's not that's saying something. We saw something last week totally different from this ball club. I'd really like to commend them on coming down here and competing till the end. They haven't given up any, and you just like to see that. They're not going to walk away winning the football game, but they can at least drive back to East Texas feeling good about themselves.
I think that they had a couple key plays that they can definitely ride home with confidence, right? Like you were talking about some of that run and gun style in the game against the Drillers. Well, we saw that executed here as well on a bigger playing field. So you're talking about some of the speed they have on the outside. They were able to capitalize that very early on in this game, and then the defense really showed up, and then there was really nothing that they can do from that regard. They just couldn't get anything established anywhere past 5 yards down the line of scrimmage because of all the pressure that this front four and some of the blitz packages that they've already worked into this defensive game plan and how well they've been executed. But I think overall, we're going to look back at a game like this and, call it for whatever you want. Our defense is the talking point that I think is going to head as we move into the first game next week in Fort Worth. Defense is going to carry this team at least for the first couple weeks as the offense gets its sea legs. But I love what I'm seeing defensively. I like the game plan. I see it all coming together real quick, Coach.
And, he's really backed off in the second half with his blitz packages. He's really just kind of, played coverage and try to keep the ball in front of him. Try not to show so much. He used the first half to really compete as a coach and see his players in those situations. But I'll tell you one thing, they've done a tremendous job. As that ball's caught at the sticks, they're going to give him the first down, I believe, on the reception. He's going to be real close.
That was 3rd down, wasn't it?
Right, that was 3rd down. That was the Continental shift 3rd down. He's going to give him the first down, I believe. Yeah, he surely is. He caught it
late in the game.
He caught it right at the sticks, And so, what I surmise is the coach, our defensive coordinator, has done a tremendous job of kind of backing off, not wanting to show so much because he has some tremendous exotic blitzes on there that was really giving the offensive line a lot of problems early in the game. Takes a snap, shoots it across the middle. It's going to be completed at the 27-yard line. That's a big gain right down the heart. That's the beater of the cover two. As they caught him in a kind of a deep Tampa two, the two linebackers, he threw that ball right over their heads. A good ball and a good catch by the receiver.
That was a very well executed offensive play. And to your point, Coach, like that cover two, that center soft spot, man, that's the weak point. And when your safeties start seeing that, they inch over, that opens up the outside.
That's going to be a hold on that left-hand side, and he's still on his feet. He's finally brought down in the backfield. That left tackle is getting wore out. Oh, my Lord. I have a long ride back to East Texas.
What do you think about the conditioning at this point in the game, Coach? Like what you're seeing out there? Are these guys huffing and puffing? You see a lot of hands on hips, or you think they're all right?
Well, we kind of see it, but, we do have the one saving grace that we have with this is we got mostly night games, and so that's really going to help because right now it's really fresh out here. If we did have to play at high noon here in Texas in the summer, that's not very good. So I do see a little bit of fatigue on both sides, but having played in fresh of night, it's going to help us. Takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there, 1v1, and it's going to be incomplete. He's trying to hit it looked like a post corner.
Yeah,
Had
it looks
to
like
throw.
they penalized us on that previous play. It gave him 5 yards on the spot.
Going to be 2nd down and 5 coming. They tried to take a shot right there on a post corner. Had to throw it before he wanted to throw it because that defensive end is eating the lunch of the left tackle. That left tackle cannot block him to save his life. Here we go. The quarterback brings him to the line, 2-by-2 set. The blitz is on. Takes the snap. They're going to shovel it out to the right-hand side. The running back is pretty quick. He's still on his feet, moving still at the 15. They're going to knock him down at around the 16-yard line. That's going to be enough for a first down with 3 minutes and 25 seconds and counting left in the ball game. 26-0 count. Tall City on top. A good effort right there by that running back to get the first down. And this is the deepest penetration. Again, what did we talk about earlier, Coach? Coach Mike, we talked about the defense wanting to keep that clean sheet. And whenever that happened, Coach Stinson was going to bring the pressure. Let's see what he does. Takes a snap. He has not brought the pressure. Throws it out there, and it's going to be incomplete. Going to be incomplete. Threw it out there to the receiver on the left-hand side, and he just barely dropped the football.
That was sort of a dangerous pass. He rolled to the right and sort of threw it across the field.
You kind of never do that unless you're Josh Allen. You better never try to do that unless you're Josh Allen. Nobody has an arm like that man.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see a clean sheet here too. I think Coach Stinson definitely does. Do you dial up some pressure here? I mean, your front four is still making waves. Who called timeout there? Was that the Herd's final timeout, or did we call timeout there?
Somebody called a timeout, but they're not taking the timeouts off on the scoreboard, so I didn't see who did call the timeout. Let's see. There's 3 minutes left in the ballgame. We do have a 2-minute warning coming up. This is essentially 3rd down for the Texas Herd. I have not seen Coach Stinson blitzing at all in the second half, hardly any.
I definitely haven't seen it during the Continental shift, and that actually might be interesting to analyze a little bit too, because with that forward motion, that really puts a lot of defenders on their heels. It takes away sort of that forward momentum in order to stay up with those receivers outside.
Absolutely. The forward motion brings a different dynamic to the offense that the defense has to respect, which is, they can run by you fast. And it doesn't take, when you're forward motion like that, it doesn't take a whole lot to get by your man. So I think the coordinator is understanding that. But again, like I said, I saw him the first possession of the Texas Herd's, first possession out of the half, and they were putting pressure, and then he slowed it. He said, "Okay, let's let our front four get to the quarterback. Let's see what they can do." And they've done something. They're coming now, though. The middle linebacker's coming on a blitz. The corner's shot out there, and it's going to be incomplete, knocked down in the end zone by the nickelback. It was the nickelback on the left-hand side knocked the football down. A good play because they were trying to hit him on a corner route.
That was Ed Woozy, who already has an interception today, looking for number 2. But again, with these, this is essentially the 4th down, right? This is 3rd down right here. Just be conscious of that if you're a defensive back. You don't want that interception. You just want to knock the ball down here.
Would you kick the ball through the uprights? Would you punt it through the uprights?
To break the shutout? I mean, maybe.
Takes a snap, looks to throw. Pressure is on. Throws the ball in the ground. That's not going to do nothing. That's going to be a sack him. He still held on to the football. They did bring him down. It's going to be at the 29-yard line. It's going to be a loss of around 10 yards. Turnover on downs.
I mean, Coach, we talked about the defensive backs knocking it down strategically so you can get the field position. Like, that's a scenario where, again, you know, if you're the herd, you got to play the field and understand that you just gave them 8 yards based on that sack. You could have thrown it away and done something else. And, you know, at least got those 8 yards back. But you take the sack in that scenario, and now you're at the 30-yard line.
Unbelievable. Football IQ. It's not for everybody. Here we go. Do you see the quarterback in the game? That's Tarin.
I believe
It is.
It is, yeah.
Tarin takes a snap, going to hand the ball off to the right-hand side. The running back puts the foot in the ground. He's going to get about 3 yards and then be taken down up around the 34-yard line.
Coach, I thought our timing was off on that forward motion as well.
I
I
thought
don't know
so
if
too.
The refs are letting it play out a little bit here, but most importantly, I guess from a health perspective, it's good to see Tyron back out there.
Right. They are playing it out. They're letting wow. So they were 12 players on the field, which would have been good if we were in the CFL. First and 5 for the Black Gold at their own 35-yard line. Tarin brings them to the line, 2-by-2 set. Tarin takes the snap, going to hand the ball off right up the middle again. The running back finds a crease at the 50, turns on the speed at the 40, still on his feet inside of the 30, going to be knocked down inside of the 25-yard line, get him all the way to the 23. My
Coach,
goodness.
there's your boy. The
Is that our
momentum
guy?
shifter. I mean, I would bet that he is somewhat close to triple digits on the ground merely in the second half today.
Well, there's no tippy-toeing with him. You know, he hits that hole hard, and he's physical running through the hole. And I think, you know, he's just the best running back we've seen tonight on either side of the ball.
And you know what I like to see at the end of that play, too? I mean, he was securing the ball, right? I mean, we saw Samuel cough it up on that first drive. Maybe he, you know, sort of made a mental note for the rest of his game to cover it up.
I didn't have it wide open down the middle. He takes the outside route. Let's see. Going to be incomplete. My goodness, he caught the football, but it was out of bounds. He had the slot wide open over the middle. Nobody was within 15 yards of the guy. That's a deal right there, Coach Mike. Well, I mean, he's just got to see the field. The quarterback had a man streaking right down there was nobody there. Nobody. And that's where you just have to go through your progressions quickly, but see it instead of anticipating the throw. Tarin brings him to the line, 2-by-2 set, takes the snap. He's got him again, shoots it outside, though. He throws a jump ball, and that's going to be picked off. Or, let's see, yes, it's going to be intercepted, I believe.
Yeah, that previous play, Coach, like, you know, they're really trying to get the ball in Zatarius Anderson's hands, and I understand why. He's a big presence, but he's got to have more situational awareness and field presence where he is on the field. We saw a number of those types of plays where he just sort of wasn't timed up correctly with the pass and with the quarterback, and that one was more field position than anything.
Well, look, they're on this hash. And he throws the jump ball to the other side of the field. First of all, that's a long throw. It's a long time for the ball to be in the air, and it's a long time for the cornerback to sit there and judge the football. In this instance, he got inside of the wide receiver. Naturally, the wide receiver's trying to stack him on that route. And he got inside of it and had position. He just went up and made the pick. It's just it's a ball you really don't throw. I've just never really see that ball. Here we go. The quarterback makes the throw across the middle to the running back, still on his feet, breaking tackles, lost the football, lost the ball. And who is that on the? My goodness, that's a great play.
So that was an amazing play. That was Trey. That was Trey Goodman with the strip. I didn't catch who picked it up, but Goodman with the strip started the lawnmower right there. And I guess it was Justin Whiteside. We showcased him earlier on in the pregame. coming up with the fumble recovery.
The Chippewa from Central Michigan, Justin Whiteside, the all-academic MAC player, Justin Whiteside. Glad to see him doing well out here for us. He's come a long way.
Good play at the end, Coach, but there was a big open field missed tackle at the line of scrimmage.
Oh, for sure. Darin takes the snap, going to hand the ball off around the right-hand side. The running back still on his feet, breaking tackles. Give him 8 yards all the way down inside of the 30. Going to bring him down around the 27-yard line. A good run right there by that running back. And, you know, what hasn't been said enough, the offensive line has not allowed any pressure today, hardly any pressure, hardly any sacks. Have opened some really good gaping holes. That offensive line has, you know, we've had a little bit of problems with the snap, although we have cleaned that up. The running back around the left-hand side, breaking tackles inside of the 15. He's going to be brought down after another first down outside of the 10-yard line. Let's going to mark him around the 12, I believe.
What's the time on the clock, Coach?
21 seconds left and counting. They're trying to get a playoff. 18, 17. That might be the last play of the ball game. That's what it's looking like.
Yeah, so to your point on the O-line, they're my second star of the game behind the defense. When you don't call out anybody on the O-line, you know, your quarterback has a clean jersey, you know that they did their job and they did it well. And then in the second half, you unleashed them into the running game, and you allowed Coleman to actually get to those second and third levels. That's a credit to the O-line as well.
On the offensive side of the ball, that's the end of your game, folks. With your score, the Tall City, Black Gold, 26. The Texas Herd, 0. On the offensive side of the ball, the man of the match for me, no doubt about it, has to be Trey. Has to be Trey Coleman. Trey, just a tremendous player. Real physical, came out and set the tone the second half for that offense. That offense struggled if it wasn't for him putting a foot in the ground, getting north and south, breaking tackles. And, at the professional ranks and even at the college Division I level, you have to have a running back that'll break tackles. He has to be able to break through arm tackles and be hard to tackle. That's what Trey is for the football team. So I think the coaches used this game. They found some players, they really did, that they can build on, and Trey's one of those guys that's we're going to be able to build around.
He's definitely a momentum shifter. We saw, what they were able to not do in the first half, and then they gave him the ball in the second half, and it was a completely different offense. I mean, I don't know if we had to call out Kobe Martin's name at all in the second half, just because of what Coleman was able to establish on the ground. Again, thinking strategically, and I realize, again, this is sort of a preseason dress rehearsal for everything that's been in place over the last 10 days as far as practices and things like that. But strategically, he's definitely my red zone running back. I'm looking at that guy to pound it into the end zone without a doubt. If you want to spread it out with Samuel, and we saw this other running back towards the tail end of the game that had a little bit of a burst, I'm all for that as well. But in between that red zone section, I want north-south football, and I want a guy who's definitely going to be able to break a tackle and then burst it out as well. And that is what Coleman had proved here today. Offensively as well, I want to see a lot more work specifically in the snap. These types of mistakes are just going to haunt you throughout a season if this is a continuous thing. So we got to fix that ASAP. And then, of course, the receiving core. We have a lot of talent on the receiving side. We have a lot of size, a lot of speed, but we have to get the timing with the quarterbacks down. And we didn't really get a shot to see, and maybe that was strategic. We didn't get a shot to see a lot of the forward motion passing routes that were possible, in the Continental shift quarter. But as the season unfolds, I definitely want to see the timing a lot better with Anderson. I think he has a tremendous amount of potential. We saw what Joliet was able to do with that touchdown, in the corner on the right side of the field, up at the corner there. He broke a tackle and then found his way, finding his blocks and making his way into the end zone. We have the talent on the outside, but we have to put some of those offensive pieces together. But Coach, we can't say enough about this defense. This defense came to play tonight. They hit. They were physical. They did what they needed to do. Yes, they gave up some big plays, and they're going to go watch film, and they're going to fix it. But overall, they are my top star of the game as a collective unit, coaches included.
Absolutely, very well. The safeties, to me, were the difference in the game for us. They covered really well. Yes, in modern day football, we're going to give up some pass plays. That's what modern day offenses do. That's what the majority of good modern day offense will do well. We're going to give up some pass plays. As you can see, we bent, but we didn't break. Our safeties had a lot to do with it. They kept everything in front. And when the defense got a little bit greedy when the offense got a little bit greedy and they didn't want to just matriculate the ball down the field instead of taking what the defense gave them, they got greedy, and the safeties made them pay every time. I want to say like 7 interceptions in the football game, although that's not official. It's somewhere near 6 to 7 picks, and the majority of those were from the safety positions. So, yes, the defense as a whole is the man of the match for me. The running back Trey on offense was a star player. The offensive line was tremendous, not giving up any sacks, any pressures really for our quarterbacks. Our quarterbacks have to be better. Let's just call it what it is. This is professional football. We're not in the youth football ranks. We're not even in the school ranks where we have to be nice. Our quarterbacks have to be a touch better, no doubt about it, because we're going to be playing defenses that give us something, and they have to be able to get whatever they're giving. And they're going to give us something on every play. Our quarterbacks have to take advantage of that and make those throws.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Coach. Overall, this was a delayed experience, but again, the start of something special that's brewing here in the West Texas Permian Basin area. We want to thank everybody for tuning in today. We want to thank our game sponsor, LaFoy Real Estate Group. You guys have been great and made this possible. We have JMR Services, the YMCA of Midland. We have Light Helmets. They're a league-wide sponsor and providing safety helmets for all of our players out there. We have Flowtech. We have the Legacy Extreme, CC LaRue Beauty, and B Natural Tanning Salon. They're really helping out our cheerleaders and our cheer staff. NRT Consulting, Goodfellas Barber Shop, Flower Rama, the florist of West Texas, Raising Canes, can't go wrong with Raising Canes or Tubbies, Urban Glow, the Visit Midland Group, of course, and our housing sponsor for the season is the Wyndham Hotel Group. We can't thank all you guys enough. You guys are the ones that make all this possible, as well as the fans and those tuning in from around the country. So, final thoughts before we part ways and we head into the actual season, Coach?
Can't wait. Can't wait until next weekend. That's going to be a great game between the Fort Worth Braves and our Tall City Black Gold. It's going to be the first game that we really get to critique our coaching staff and our players, because we know next week is live. It's the playbooks are open. The schemes are open. We're going to really get to watch real football next week, and hopefully real competitive football with not knowing what's coming from the Braves, but knowing that we got a pretty good football team. So we're going to go up there, and it's going to be a great time, and I can't wait for it.
I'm with you, and I can't wait as well. I really just want to make sure we fix a lot of these fundamentals and these basics. That's my big fix for the week. Just making sure we have the talent. We saw it out on display when all the pieces were moving the right way, but we got to get the snap in order to make that work. We can't drop passes when we need those catches at most. Little things like that, recovering, silly penalties. Let's get back to disciplined football. and make sure that we sort of not, we don't give ourselves a chance to lose. We actually give ourselves to compete on every down. And if we can fix some of those pieces heading into next week, I think the talent is going to catch up. And, before we know it, we see a full and complete football team on the field.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it, partner.
All right, my friend. Well, listen, again, thank you everybody for tuning in. This has been the Tall City Black Gold in their home opener, franchise opener preseason game against the Texas Herd out of East Texas. We thank the Herd for participating in this game. I know it was a sort of a last-minute deal, and they came through pretty hard. They gave us a nice fight tonight. So we wish those guys all the best for the rest of the season, and we can't wait to break open the regular season next week over in Fort Worth. Until then, we're signing off here. We wish you guys a fantastic evening. Happy Memorial Day. Thank you to all of our veterans out there, and we'll catch you guys next week. Take care.